averaging best part of 40. In comes white bowl. Simpson lets that go outside the off stump, no run. Then you've got James Coles, who's averaging 46. Tom Alsop averaging 29. And then when you come sort of further down the order, John Simpson averaging 55, Hudson Prentice 24, Jack Carson 26. I mean, once you're getting down to numbers 7 and 8, I think one of those averages probably belie the fact slightly that a lot of those players had very good starts to the season and made runs in the first half, but it's just tailed off a little bit in the second half of the season. Comes white bowl. Simpson was thinking about cutting that, and at the last minute decided to let the ball go through to Johnny Bairstow, no run.
Yeah, because looking in from afar, as you do when you've only got scores to go by and results and all of that, Sussex had a good start to the campaign for a promoted side. A really good start.
Yes, they did. When I look at Tom Haynes in the first 5 innings, he made 141, 174 in there as well, a 69 not out. Sort of making the point about scoring runs early on. In comes white bowl. Simpson defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. John Simpson also had a very good start to the season as well. Just need to check the stats as to when his last 100 was, but he made a very good 100 down at Southampton in that pitch where eventually Hampshire were deducted points. So yes, I would say that's probably been the pattern of the season. A lot of runs early on, but those have just dried up a little bit since in those 2 defeats at, I'll say, here against Essex, up at Scarborough. Then last week I think Sussex were pretty fortunate to come out of that game with 11 points against Hampshire. White in again round the wicket pole. Simpson with a high left elbow defends out into the offside. There's a good contest between these two. Jack White making John Simpson play pretty much everything. Simpson certainly defending stoutly. He's on 6, also up on 24. Sussex 97 for 4 here on the BBC. A very warm welcome to a very grey and overcast Hove. It's very un-cricket-like weather, and well done to everybody for getting cricket on this morning. The floodlights are on. To be honest, the light doesn't look an awful lot worse than when we left the field last night, and the seamers are, but it's probably a little better, to be honest. But I think it's meant to stay like this for much of the day, grey and overcast. But mercifully at the moment, no rain.
George Hill bowls, and it's wide of off stump and left by Tom Alsop. Ben Cliff has made his way onto the field of play. I didn't even realise Ben had travelled, or maybe he's been sent on. The twos are also in action, Yorkshire. He's obviously been around the squad and played in the One Day Cup. Started the campaign as one of the first choice 11 down at Southampton as well. He's at mid-on. Alsop getting over the top of this good length George Hill delivery, but doesn't strike it cleanly to Matt Milnes at mid-off. No run. Hadn't noticed who'd left the field of play, but let's have a look around, and I think it's Jordan Thompson off for the moment. Hill comes in again, getting to his overs this morning, George, and Alsop over the top of that once more, defends. Overnight, Tom Alsop 17 off 40, so he's faced 20 deliveries this morning to add 7 further runs. John Simpson had faced just the 1 delivery last night. He's faced 18 more this morning and added a further. He's added all 6 runs that he's scored on the 3rd morning. Hill comes in again. Edged and between first slip Don Bess and second slip Adam Lythe, and 4 runs for Tom Alsop. So
that should have been out, shouldn't it?
Just got the look, hasn't he, over George Hill at the moment. But yes, somebody's got to go for that.
Yeah, I mean that's.
Adam Lythe thought it was Don Bess's chance and vice versa, and it cost George Hill 4 runs.
Maybe he hasn't been dropped because no one got a hand on it, but I think the slip called. I think the skipper will be too happy about that.
No. So 101 up for Sussex, 101 for 4. Very frustrating that for George, and the slips have just moved maybe about a foot closer as a result, so at least they're reacting to that. But interesting to see who thinks and why they think it was the other player's opportunity. Don must have thought it was closer to Adam and vice versa. Here comes George Hill, and Alsop defends once again. You'd pretty much say it more or less bisected them, and yes, somebody's got to go for it. I would think that the way it's carried on here, Dom would probably argue that it might have been closer for Lythy to get across for it while it was still in mid-air, but Adam will probably say you've got more time to see it first slip. You know, I thought you'd have gone and tried to cover it at least. So one way or the other, somebody should have gone for it. Neither did, and it was 4. End of the over, 101 for 4. Alsop 28, Simpson 6, and George Hill. Oh, I've taken his figures down now, of course, typically. George 1 for 18 off 8. 4 of them maidens.
Jack White's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road, and he's rushing down the hill to bowl to the left-handed John Simpson. Simpson is full to ball of good length, plays it down the offside of the onside of the track, I should say, and there is no run. It's very breezy down on the south coast as well today, which you would hope might get some of this really low cloud to blow away, but I don't think that's the forecast today. It's, you know, it's just the cloud just sort of keeps on coming. Not a nice day to be sitting down on Brighton seafront. I can't believe there's too many people hopping in and out the sea today. There was a few have you seen any hardy swimmers in there, Doidgy, on your sort of wander back to the hotel?
None. No, in fact.
Right. Actually, it's probably a bit rough down there as well today, I should think, because in comes White again. Bowls to Simpson. Playing a miss, or did he pull the bat inside the line?
Inside the line,
yeah. The members of the Boundary Club are just sort of starting to arrive down below us. Gentlemen down below us having a pint of beer, and one or two others standing around doing all their networking and the rest of it. 3 slips. There's a wideish third man, almost a deep backward point. Away to our left-hand side, then cover mid-on mid-wicket, and a fine leg. White is in, bowls, and Simpson runs the ball down to third man. They've taken 1, they'll think about coming back for 2. There's a comfortable 2 actually. John Simpson is very, very quick between the stumps, and the throw that comes in from Agarwal isn't the best. Johnny Bairstow doesn't take it cleanly, but there's 2 more to John Simpson. The 2 wicket keepers, the 2 skippers in this match. Johnny Bairstow just having a word there to John Simpson about something or another. Simpson wanders away to square leg. I'm sure the pair of them have played a good degree of cricket against each other down the years. White in again, bowl. Simpson takes a couple of steps down the pitch and plays firmly into the offside. There is no run now. Johnny Bairstow has taken this opportunity to come running all the way down to the fine leg boundary to have a chat to Matt Milnes, which I assume maybe about Milnes coming on to bowl. I don't know. It's a fairly long conversation. Bairstow runs back to his position. Let's see if we can see Milnes warming up. Matt Milnes is on his way back to Kent from whence he came.
Yeah, Johnny might have just been asking him what's the best restaurant in Canterbury.
Possibly.
Fancy a day out.
I doubt if it was that. What do you think? But he's certainly not warming up his Milnes. He'd need to warm up because it's, it's that sort of a day. White in his 11th over, figures of 1 for 32, coming in around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Simpson plays that from the crease. The ball, for a moment, I thought was going to sort of play it on, but it didn't do so, and there's no run.
What a dramatic Johnny Bairstow, hands on his head. No, can't believe that he can get a wicket from that delivery.
Yeah. We'll have a changeover in the commentary box. Anyway, and Bruce Talbot is going to come and join us. Dean Wilson was with us for the first couple of days. Bruce is going to be with us for the rest of the match with Doidge as in comes White bowls, and Simpson plays onto the onside, a short delivery, and he just tucks it onto the leg side. But it's come off the thigh pad, so it's not a run at all. It's a leg by, and Sussex go to 104 for 4. For people who, particularly up in Yorkshire, who aren't familiar with Bruce, well, a very respected journalist working for the Argus paper down in Brighton for many a year. Knows more about Sussex cricket than I ever will, and it's good to have him. And I hope you can put the cheque in the post, Bruce. It's good to see you.
Good to be here, Adrian.
I'm quite well. Actually, the light is slightly improving, Bruce. So I'm kind of not surprised in a way now that we are playing, but it is gloomy, isn't it? You'd have thought very much favouring the bowlers.
Very much so, yeah. And there've been a couple of Vujanards this morning. One of those edges went between second and third slip that probably one of them I think should have gone for.
In comes George Hill, bowls let go by Simpson outside the off stump, taken by Johnny Bairstow, and there is no run. Yeah, it was one of those, wasn't it? They both sort of looked at each other.
Yeah,
that was an escape for Tom Alsop, really.
It was. He's batted well though, Tom Alsop, I have to say. I mean, he's one of those Sussex batters at the moment who is struggling for form. There's a few of them. It's been the case in the last few weeks, hasn't it? I've got a little stat that I will bring up in a minute. Hill in, and that is defended into the offside by John Simpson. He's 8. Tom Alsop 28, 104 for 4. So still Sussex trailing here by 90 runs. If they can get any sort of lead, Adrian, I think they will be in a good position. But it's the sort of day and the sort of game where and we've seen this at Hove many times over the years, in conditions like this when it's doing a bit, wickets can fall in groups of 3 or 4 quite easily. But that is solidly defended back down the pitch by Simpson, who walks away and composes himself again. He probably relished the Lancashire-Yorkshire battle here as a son of the Red Rose County. Plenty of chat out there. You can probably pick it up on the effects microphone as well. Yorkshire, I think, sense that if they can get one of these two out, then they're into Sussex's sort of not very reliable lower order. That one is left by Simpson. Good leave. Ball just jagging away slightly after pitching, but Simpson had nothing to do with it. 104 for 4. Yeah, gloomy. Quite a few people here. Not as big a crowd as yesterday when it was the weather was a lot better, but it's not cold. I don't think it's quite mild, but not great conditions for watching cricket. Hill in again to Simpson, who defends solidly into the offside, fielded in the covers there.
You mentioned Bruce.
James Wharton.
Sorry, Bruce. You mentioned about some of the Sussex top order runs have been in short supply. I was just sort of looking through some of the stats, and I mean the averages look quite good, but a lot of those runs are scored very early in the season.
Well, I worked it out. In terms of hundreds, 8 hundreds were scored in the first 8 games of the season, up to the Warwickshire game, which was the first of the Kookaburra Ball games, and since then there have been 2 hundreds. That I think is indicative of how Sussex certainly have struggled for runs in the second half of the season. I just think in terms of their own, Division 1, it's a good job, I think, that they got those 3 wins that they did early in the season, because I think if you're a county relying on results in September to get yourself out of trouble or even get yourself promoted, that is a gamble, because, okay, we've had a fantastic summer, it's been the same all year, all over the country, but I think we all knew at some stage the weather was going to break. September is not like April is not a month where you can rely on the weather being your friend.
Yeah.
In terms of, obviously,
no, of course.
there could be a win here. Either side could win this game, but in terms of collecting bonus points and getting a lot of runs on the board and getting yourself a win with 24 points, I think it's quite difficult.
And actually, in terms of particularly top order, since that defeat here against Essex and the defeat at Scarborough, that's really where the batting has struggled in recent weeks, and indeed last week against Hampshire. Jack White is on his way. In fact, it's not Jack White. It's showing as George Hill, but I'm pretty sure that's Jack White who's coming in. Yes, it is. They've just changed it on the scoreboard. Clipped away to mid-wicket, and Simpson is on 8, Tom Alsop on 29. But I always feel when you're coming up from the second division, Bruce, that the first thing is to try and stay in the first division. It has to be first. I know the way Sussex started. I was just looking back actually when they drew at Durham, which was the 8th game of the season. They went, you think, wow. As in comes White, bowls, and Simpson clips through mid-wicket, picks up another single. He goes into double figures. He's on 9, 106 for 4.
But that's got perhaps something to do, with how the season pans out. You've got 10 T20 cricket in the middle of it, and then you have a block of championship. Then you go to white ball cricket, which all the players don't play. Some, like Simpson, went and played in the 100, which is, completely alien format compared to the county championship. And then you're going to come back here in September when the weather's a bit dodgy. The pitches are doing a bit more than they were a few weeks ago. You're back with the Duke's ball. I've got some sympathy for the players, certainly.
White in bowls to Alsop, who defends into the offside. Now, what I'm going to do actually, I'm going to bring Jonathan back in because I think we've got a few issues on our commentary stream. So I'm going to leave you on, Bruce, and I tell you what, we'll just change headsets and I'll bring Doidgy back in to work with Jonathan.
Techie gremlins. The bane of local radio cricket commentators' lives. So 106 for 4 as Jack White makes his way in towards us. Wide of off stump. Alsop leaves. Better say good morning, Bruce.
Good morning, Dorji. How are you? How are you finding the south coast?
Wet, really, and windy. Yeah, it's a bit like being up Brimham Rocks or something like that. Back up near home. Stand on top of one of those and you'll feel the breeze.
Yeah, I walked down to the seafront this morning. It's very, very windy.
Not as bad as it was on day one. That was horrendous. Yeah.
At least it's dried the outfield out fairly quickly after the rain we had this morning.
Yep. There's Jack White round the wicket, and again Alsop leaves one wide of off stump. Yeah, disappointed because when the fixtures came out, I remember that when I've been down here before, I think every previous fixture has been in the first half of the season from memory. I can remember one particularly fairly cold April match here, and because we have nice Septembers sort of often, don't we? I thought, the world will have got a bit warmer during the summer. It'll be nice going down there in September, and here we are. A very sort of autumnal feel about it as White's in again once more. Repeat of the ball before, as wide of off stump and left by Alsop, who's 29. Simpson 9, 106 for 4 after 33 overs.
What's the feeling, Doidgy, about Yorkshire's championship season this year? Obviously they came up with Sussex as well and probably had expectations that they would do more than just survive. Have they underperformed, do you think, or are they about... bearing in mind that the strength of the squad, the depth of the squad, are they probably doing it as well as they expected to do this season?
Well, to listen to the pre-season talk, they're not doing as well as they were hoping or expecting to do, because there was mention of putting in a challenge for the championship and things like that. Whether that was really realistic, I'm not sure. However, I would say, they're probably, it's a league, isn't it? So, this time of the season, they probably are where they deserve to be, really, over the course of it. They're not performing on some occasions as well as they might do, but I don't think it's been a bad season either.
Milnes is in from the Cromwell Road, and that's from the CN rather, change of bowler here, and that first one is outside off stump, and Simpson again leaves alone, walks away, composes himself. Important this innings for the captain. 9 runs, he scored 33 balls he's faced, so he's aware of the situation of this match. These two, the last recognised batsmen really. I mean, the lower, middle and lower orders can score runs. We've seen runs from Jack Carson, from Finn Hudson-Prentice, but not consistently. So a big onus on these two certainly to get Sussex close to the Yorkshire scorers. Milnes comes in again and bowls, and this time Simpson on the back foot is playing that through the offside. There's half stop in the covers. But they go through for a single, 107 for 4.
What I would say is it's definitely been a better second half than it was first half. They got off on the back foot at Southampton, lost five wickets, and the first innings of the season, you may or may not recall, but they were blown away. Didn't bat particularly well, 120ish they were all out for, and so that's, immediately you're chasing that. They lose that game, but actually they came back into that match reasonably strongly, and I came away thinking, if they'd just been a little bit better with the bat first time around, it could have been a competitive contest.
Milnes into Allsop, who plays off the back foot, a lavish sort of shot hit aiming towards deep point. But no contact, and Bairstow took that actually quite high up, sort of shoulder height. And Unanar from the keeper, plenty of chat out there as you'd expect. But no run, 107 for 4 in the 34th over. Got 74 overs remaining today. I'm not convinced we're going to see 74 overs of cricket today. Might see 60 if we're lucky. Milnes just rubs the ball on his shirt and runs away from us from the sea end into Allsop, who plays that into the leg side, fielded by Agarwal, coming in from mid-wicket, no run.
We were saying that Sussex obviously had a good start to the season. It's gone the other way really, so they've ended up meeting at this point of the season with few points between them. I think that, the comment on where they are in the table just suggests, that their sides who on their day have still been, good enough. Yorkshire obviously with a big win against Sussex back up at Scarborough, but then if they have an off day like they did last week against Somerset, totally different story.
Milnes in again, and also plays that into the leg side, no run, fielded by Jordan Thompson, running around from mid on. 107 for 4. Yeah, probably two evenly matched teams, I'd say. Certainly, looking at I think the seam attacks are pretty similar. Maybe Yorkshire lacking perhaps a left arm option in this match anyway. But yeah, you've got a guy coming in like Bairstow, proper quality player. In the middle order, Milnes comes in again and bowls to Allsop, who plays that this time into the offside. And it's Don Best doing the fielding this time at mid-off. End of the over, 107 for 4. Allsop on 29, Simpson on 10.
Yeah, just reminding myself of Yorkshire's overseas players who you would have said haven't been big hits. Will O'Rourke, I liked him and I'd like to see him again. I think he is a player with a pretty big international future. Ben Sears was rapid, didn't really see enough of him. One decent game, one loosener game really up at Durham. Jordan Buckingham didn't have his best days with Yorkshire, shall we say. And Will Sutherland probably a notch up on that, but I think he's a better player than he showed. Clearly his record says he's a better player than he showed while he was playing for the county. Jordan Thompson meanwhile has come on at the Cromwell Road end to replace Jack White. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18 before he bowls this delivery, which is short of length, and eased down to Agarwal at third man for 2 by John Simpson. They obviously dropped on a couple of good ones since then. Abdullah Shafiq came and played a bit in mid-season, the back end of the T20s, and looked a quality player. He had to go, and I think they were disappointed about that. And then of course dropped even luckier still with Imam coming in for the One Day Cup. Thompson round the wicket again. Simpson wide of off stump and leaves.
I'll make that 6 overseas players, and we know you're into your 7th in this game, or the last game in this game. Last 3. It's a lot, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So how do you? But it is the frustrating nature of the way that cricket is now played, and I don't think it's going to change. And for all we might want to moan and groan and feel frustrated about it, I don't genuinely think it is going to change.
No.
You'd be very lucky if you get anybody to stay an entire season. Thompson in again, nicely played off the hip by Simpson, and Revis round to do the fielding.
Well, Sussex have had that with Daniel Hughes. I mean, he didn't play in the Metrobank One Day Cup, but I guess it could well have been, if he wanted to, could well have been contracted to play in that as well. So they've done pretty well to keep him for virtually the whole season. The opening bat, but yeah, and Unadkat, who's bowled well in this game, he's on his this is his third stint at Sussex, his third end of season stint.
Here's Thompson. Oh, good delivery. Allsop does have a little push at that. Goes through to the gloves of Bairstow. No run. Yeah, and I think I was just going to say that if you can get a relationship with a player where you want him, he's enjoyed himself, and you can get him to come back on a regular basis, you probably know you're not going to get him for a full season, but you can manage to.
Sorry, Georgie, I think we're waiting for an update to come through. It's a little chaotic today. I apologise. You keep going.
Yeah, if you can manage to get him to come back regularly, then I think that at least is something, and you all get used to each other, and you know what you're going to get. But in some respects, bringing an overseas player over, there's that gamble aspect to it, because the sort of names that come and play these days are maybe not the names that we can think of yesteryear, who would come and camp themselves at whichever club that'd be. Jordan Thompson just checking and turning again at the top of his run. Comes in towards us now. Good delivery, roundabout off stump, and Allsop has to block it. End of the over. So 6 overs, 1 maiden, on for 21 now for Jordan. 110 for 4, following Yorkshire's 194. So they're creeping closer, but they wouldn't want to lose a couple of quick wickets here. And again, they'd be under pressure, Harmsy.
Indeed. Bruce will be back with you in a second. We're just waiting to do an update on the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Surrey. I think the lights got worse again, actually. I reckon we're on the cusp here, but credit to the umpires for staying on for the time being. I think Simpson and Allsop have done pretty well here this morning, because this isn't easy. Matt Milnes is going to carry on from the C end. I'm ready to go. In comes Milnes, in and bowls, and Simpson defends onto the onside. And there is no run. Three slips, cover mid-off. Mid-off doesn't look very happy, Doige. Is that Don Bess?
Yep.
He's got his arms folded, and he's got his back to the play at the moment for some reason. Maybe he's talking to Matt Milnes.
He's trying to say something to Matt Milnes without showing the batter what he's saying.
Oh, there we go. Milnes in the bowls. Simpson drives. So that's a nice looking shot by John Simpson. Picks up a single. Simpson goes to 14. Sussex to 111 for 4. The lights sort of drifting in and out a little bit, isn't it? But I mean, there's absolutely no break in the cloud at all. I mean, wherever you look around the ground, it's just this grey, low, glowering cloud. I mean, it's the sort of weather you think it's almost incredible. It's not raining really. And the people from the Boundary Club who are gathering for their, say normally they'd all be out on the balcony having a glass of fizz or a pint of beer or whatever, but I think they're all huddled inside today. Milnes on his way again, bowls, Allsop defends into the offside. There is no run. Hampshire in trouble down at Taunton, 58 for 3. In reply to Somerset's 454 for 8. Still no play at the Oval in the game between Surrey and Notts. I don't know why they've gone to another record now, so I tell you what, let's go back to you on commentary, Bruce, and we'll see if we can get things sorted.
Just provide Harmsey with a brick wall to bang his head against as Matt Milnes bowls that one, and defended by Tom Alsop. The show must go on, Bruce.
Key my earphones at the moment, but anyway.
Yeah. And who wouldn't want Fergal in your
exactly.
earphones?
Well, I'm old enough to remember the Undertones, and they were a very good band back in the day.
We're ready, I was waiting. So I just...
Milnes in again.
We didn't do the update. So can we
And,
cut the clean feed, because the guys can hear it in their headphones.
Allsop is back in his crease and just defending that into the leg side. No run, 111 for
Yeah,
4.
we'll do the half one. Yeah.
Yeah, grey canopy of cloud over Hove today. And like Adrian said, there's not really a lot of wind to sort of push it away. There actually is a bit of a breeze, but it just seems to be set in. Certainly without the floodlights on, we wouldn't be playing any at all. Last season here at Hove, no floodlights on. Sussex weren't prepared for the cost of using them, so we certainly wouldn't have played a year ago.
We'll carry on, but we've now lost the line completely.
Played this time off his hips by Allsop for a single, and that is the end of the over. 112 for 4. Allsop on to 30. Simpson 14, and Milnes 9 overs 2 for 38. And I'm not sure what's happening. I'll carry on talking anyway. We'll carry on talking.
Well, I assume
Even
we're
if it's
probably
just to
still
each
going
other.
out on the stream, but just not on the BBC. So we're having a few issues, folks, today. Harmsey is doing very well to stay in control here, because I know how frustrating this certainly can be when you're just trying to do your job. Jordan Thompson is at the mark from which he's going to start this run up and bowl to Tom Alsop from round the wicket, and Tom tucks that one away nicely to mid wicket because Matthew Revis is set back out there in the deep, and they get a single. Interesting decision to post Rev out there in front of the main scoreboard. It would suggest that Jordan Thompson is at least putting in the mind of the batters that he's going to drop one short.
It's not a big boundary.
It's not a big boundary at all, no.
Clear that with the wind as well, which is coming from the west. You could probably get a miss hit, could probably go over the sail over the boundary.
Thompson in again, round about off stump. Simpson just pushes into the offside for Wharton to do the fielding. Remember, lunch is just 23 minutes away now, 1 o'clock. There's probably nothing left because I've not managed to go and snaff a Lasani early this morning. Forgot about that. My bad, as they say. Simpson on 14, Alsop 31. Yorkshire -1 on the over rate. They'll need to keep an eye on that as well. Thompson in again. Simpson defends to Bess at mid-off.
Jonathan, just to say, I know you perhaps put in the back of the box that the commentary isn't going on the BBC website. This was in Manchester.
Right.
With some of the commentaries.
Okay.
Not just this one. So they are apparently working to get this sorted.
There we go. You may have heard Harmsey, but for those who couldn't, if you've switched to the stream because you were trying to listen to us on the BBC audio website or app, then it's problems in Salford that are the issue, as opposed to anything between us and our local station. Apparently there's a few commentaries affected around the country. Thompson bowls, Simpson plays back to the bowler, and there is no run. Yeah, what can we say? I think
in a few years' time, Georgie, all you'll have to do, there'll be one button that you'll press like that, and none of this, no ICN lines, none of this. You'll be straight out there. It is not far. It's not far away with the technology.
I think we all know the reasons. It's very frustrating, but I'm not going to launch into a political diatribe at this stage. Here's Thompson coming in again, and Simpson plays to Bess at mid-off, and there is no run. These two sides have obviously seen a fair bit of each other in the last few seasons, with the conferences that took place during COVID, and then some Division 2 cricket together, and now up in Division 1 as well.
And the last 2 years in the Metro Bank as well.
Yeah.
We played Yorkshire, Scarborough and York, so yeah, they're familiar with each other, certainly.
Right, and has she done that number back in?
Thompson coming in again. And Simpson works it to leg. He's going to take on Jack White, or rather Tom Alsop really does, run into the danger end, gets through comfortably to complete that Jordan Thompson over. Sussex 114 for 8. That's 114 for 8. Yorkshire probably wish they were. 114 for 4. Alsop 31, Simpson 15, so 80 behind at this stage.
Matt Milnes is going to continue from the C end, Kent bound at the end of the season. Will he be a big loss, Doigi, Milnes?
Yeah, pretty big. I think he's one of the, we were talking about the season so far earlier, he's one of the players who he's been very difficult to get on the park. He suffered a pretty bad stress fracture, sort of just after he'd signed for the club, before he'd even arrived at Headingley, and they've looked after him for, well, what is 3 years now. He did make his debut the first match of 23. Quickly got injured and spent basically the rest of the season out. Similar feel last year. This time they've not put him in at the start of the season. They've given him a real good chance to build up to this point of coming in a month or so ago.
Into Simpson, who defends back down the pitch. No run.
I think he's definitely a player with ability. He's just, you wish you'd have been able to see more of that over 3 seasons than whatever it will be, half a dozen or so championship matches. And of course, typically, as I was mentioning when we were on yesterday, he'd made his decision to go to Kent, and they were about to make the announcement, but in the bit in between, he got his first fifer for Yorkshire at Scarborough.
Yeah, always happens. He's in past the umpire on bowls, and Simpson lets that one go safely past him outside off stump. So presumably 3-year contract. He decided, even if Yorkshire had offered him a new contract, he was going to go somewhere else or go back to Kent.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they wanted him to go.
Right.
Let's put it that way. So, because when he's had the opportunity to show what he can do, he's looked a quality player.
Well, he turns his back and runs up past the umpire to bowl to Simpson, who plays that nicely into the leg side. Quick single, which they take fairly comfortably in the end. Jordan Thompson runs around to do the fielding. Of course, Jordan Thompson's the other one. Of course, he's going to Warwickshire, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Again, a good cricketer, I think.
Yeah. Again, discuss this one, so I probably don't want to bore people with the repetition of what I was saying yesterday to Dean Wilson about it. But yeah, great lad, and sad to see him go. There was some discussion between him and Yorkshire about continuing.
Comes in and defended back down the pitch by Alsop, no run, 115 for 4.
It depends on which side of that discussion you listen to, as to what conclusions you draw. There was a difference of opinion in finance between Yorkshire and Warwickshire as well, as far as I understand it.
In Warwickshire's favour, I guess. I would imagine, without knowing too much. They've always traditionally been a county that pays well. In Milnes this time, and that's played nicely off his hips by Tom Alsop. A sort of busy shot, but he's going to get full for it. The outfield is not slow. We've had a lot of rain, but we've also had a lot of wind that dried it out over the last couple of days, and that fairly raced along. And a nice shot by Tom Alsop. He moves on to 35. He's faced 82 balls, 119 for 4, but nice shot. That'll make him feel a bit better.
Yeah, timed it superbly.
He did.
I think both those players, a bit like when Matthew Fisher went to Surrey last year, you get to know the lads, they're really good with the time. Matt Milnes has come in the comm box and done bits with us. Jordan Thompson's keen to be involved in media when he finishes, and he's certainly volunteered when he's been injured and such like to come up to the comm box.
Milnes in again, and this time extravagant leave outside off stump by Alsop, 119 for 4.
So you kind of, you wish them well. You hope that they do well. You'll be looking for their scores, won't you, as they go forward. I think, like most clubs, you'd kind of hope that maybe they didn't have their best day when they played against your team next time, and save that for other people. But I think they'd be pretty much the same themselves if the boot was on the other foot.
And they need to be replaced, of course, don't they?
Yeah, but I think Gavin Hamilton is saying that Yorkshire are unlikely to be dipping into the domestic transfer market, as it were, and they want to sign a couple of good overseas players. And that first raft of games sets you up for the season, doesn't it? If you're playing however many fixtures we play next year, but if you, let's say we're playing 7 before the end of May, if you get a good player who can make a big contribution in that spell, that really can carry you in that top half of the table, somewhere up there challenging, and then you can think about what you do in that second half. Jordan Thompson comes in again to bowl here to Simpson, who pats it out to Bess, no run. They've dropped out Agarwal, a deep backward point come wide third man. He's on the boundary edge to Simpson for the easy single out there. They've still got Revis out in front of square on the leg side, and Milnes down at long leg, protecting the shorter boundary away to our right.
Just 2 slips now. Down from 3 to 2.
Simpson on 16, waits, goes through that little trigger movement and then steps across and leaves this Jordan Thompson delivery. Johnny Bairstow, never one to rest for too long, is jogging away to our right to have a word with Matt Milnes. We can only guess what the conversation is. If you don't get me 3 wickets in the next over, pal, I'm afraid you're off. But you can get yourself off to Kent early. I'm joking, by the way, before you email in.
You're going to play for them next week.
119 for 4. Jordan Thompson over the wicket to Simpson, who plays that one to Jack White, getting down and making the barrier at mid-on, no run. So I think there's been a lot of criticism of Yorkshire's signings, and that's kind of been over the course of the 7 years I've been following them around. So that wouldn't necessarily be isolated at Gavin Hamilton, but other people who've been responsible for making signings before as well. Thompson to come in and bowl to Simpson once more, and that is turned into the leg side, no run. I just think it's incredibly difficult, and I do sympathise with all of those characters who've had to try and sign players just because of the fragmented nature of the World Cricket calendar, all the franchise tournaments. And then, when you forget about franchise tournaments, Imam ul Haq was not involved in a franchise tournament. It wasn't the CPL who said, come and play for us at Barbados. No. It was Pakistan who then said,
we need you back.
Yeah. So you've got that as well. It's a total minefield. In comes Thompson again, and that's turned to leg by Simpson and fielded by Bean. No run.
Sussex, in that regard, this season I think have been fairly lucky. They had Jaden Seals at the start of the season, a West Indian who got a lot of wickets. That's when Sussex won all their games in the first sort of half of the first sort of 8 matches. They won 3, and he was a big part of that. Hughes, we talked about Daniel Hughes, got a couple of hundreds in the first half of the season as well. Unad, I think they'd like to get up for a bit longer than 3 games in September. We were talking to him last night, Adrian and I, and he signed for another year, and the hope is that he can perhaps come a little bit earlier in the year, because I think he's a good bowler.
Yeah, Thompson in. Ooh, good delivery. There's an appeal here for caught behind. It nipped back and I think went past the inside edge of John Simpson's bat. It was one of those appeals where, if you give it, there's a big celebration, but I think everybody clearly expected he's not going to give it. We're just trying to put a bit of pressure on, and clearly doesn't make contact with the inside edge.
Half-hearted appeal at best from Bairstow after the ball was in his mitts. So good ball though. Simpson also doing pretty well here though. 119 for 4, and we're going to see Don Bess, the off spinner, is going to bowl for the first time in this innings here at the C end.
Yeah, conditions a bit different, Bruce, to where when they were playing the far side of the square probably 4 or 5 years ago, and he finished a match with 6 for on a, I seem to remember it was something like a Sunday mid-afternoon, and there was a lovely sunny day that day. Not the case here.
Probably a little bit more in the wicket as well, a bit drier perhaps, but he's going to come in now to bowl his first ball to Tom Alsop. Couple of strides up to the wicket, and Alsop plays it off the back foot to deep cover, and they will take a single. So Alsop moves to 36. Fielder out there is Revis in front of the main scoreboard here at Hove, 120 for 4. Sussex inching ever closer to Yorkshire's 194, but it's been fairly attritional. There'll be some good bowling, very watchful batting in this first hour or so of play today, and that's a cheeky little scoop actually by John Simpson. He's played that well actually, down to fine leg. Fielders running round and they'll settle for 2, but nice bit of improvisation by Simpson, just to upset things a little bit. Probably Don Bess wasn't expecting his second ball to be played like that, but a nice shot by Simpson from well outside off stump action. He's just fetched it and turned it round the corner, and 2 runs to him. 18 he moves to, 122 for 4.
Tends to be the way around the game that Don Bess has played, but most teams will try and take him on early and not let him settle in
to a rhythm and a routine. He's in now past the umpire and bowls, and this time Simpson defends into the offside. James Wharton does the fielding.
Yeah, so you'll often find, Bruce, that his first couple of overs end up being quite a lot more expensive than the rest.
Yeah, he's given the ball a very rigorous dry, and that's a drive from Simpson. There's a little bit over pitched, outside off stump, so room for Simpson to play that shot, and he's hit it quite nicely down the ground for 4 runs. 126 for 4. You're absolutely spot on, Dorji. He's not letting Bess settle. 7 runs so far of the first 4 balls of his first over. Simpson on 22, Alsop on 36. But yeah, you can see how much drying of the ball he's done, because his jumper, at the bottom of his jumper, is crimson red. And Matt Milnes has just gone to fetch the ball from in front of us. He's giving it a polish as well. Gives it another rub. Does Don Bess, settles now, comes in 2 or 3 paces up to the wicket, bowls. Simpson plays off the back foot into the covers. Fielded by Wharton, no run, 126 for 4.
Yeah, it's been a really good shortened session so far for the hosts.
Bess in again, and this time Simpson plays into the leg side, but fielded moving to his left by Finley Bean at short mid-wicket. End of the over, 126 for 4, 7 off that over. That's quite a productive over from Bernie based on this morning. But 40 overs gone, Sussex 126 for 4, Alsop 36 and Simpson 22. Sussex trail by 68.
Yeah, so they've gone from 110 behind this morning to 68 behind, and not lost a wicket. Tom Alsop could have been given, you've certainly seen him given, the LBW shout from George Hill's bowling from down this sea end fairly early on, and then edged one between Don Bess at first and Adam Lyth at second slip. Bisected the pair of them and raced away for 4, neither really moving, both clearly thinking it was the other man's chance. And that's as a bowler, that's the worst thing, isn't it? You know, worse than somebody going for it and dropping it is if nobody goes for it at all and you create an opportunity. George must have been really frustrated with both those moments, but all he can do as Tom Alsop is carry on, and he's done well. 36 off 84 so far, doing a good job for his side. Matt Milnes has come into the attack and he's got him. Just as I'm saying that, Tom Alsop has defended a delivery which I think has rolled onto his stumps. Leg stump is, well, they're all still standing upright, hasn't been knocked back, but the bail remains between middle and off. It's the leg bail that's come off, And we're going to see it again. Yeah, he's trapped it, but it's not trapped sufficiently enough. It's rolled onto his stumps, and the change has worked. Milnes switches from the C end to the Cromwell Road end and comes up with the wicket. 126 for 5.
Yeah, well, it's a real shame for Tom Alsop, because he'd done a lot of hard work out there today. Faced, and yesterday, 85 balls, and with the season he's had, he's probably going off thinking, well, that just about sums it up. So he defended it, and it literally just rolled back onto the middle and leg stump, and the bail sort of dropped almost apologetically onto the ground. So much joy for Yorkshire, and they'll probably feel over the basis of what's happened today so far that they deserve at least one wicket. Milnes has bowled well, and that's clearly what that conversation between him and Bairstow was about a few minutes ago. Bairstow, during the middle of an over, ran up to his bowler and said, look, do you fancy a go at the other end? A couple of overs before lunch, and it's worked straight away. 126 for 5. Tom Alsop gone for 36, and John Simpson is 22 not out.
I still prefer if you don't get me a wicket in this next over, you're off to Kent next week, son.
Well, he may have said that as well. Who knows?
He could have done, yeah. Either way, so 40 overs and 1 ball on the board when that wicket fell, and just before the lunch break, 6 minutes before lunch. So a good time for Yorkshire to strike, because they lost Adam Lyth themselves yesterday, a wicket that ended up inducing slightly earlier than scheduled lunch. That is supposedly being taken in 4 minutes time. And Jack Carson, right-handed, so the left-hand right-hand combi now to try and have a go at. Alsop 36 off 85 deliveries, including 5 fours there. 3 slips in place. Jack Carson having a good look round. See if you can see the fielders at first. It's still a little bit gloomy. Milnes comes in now. Carson pushing forward firmly. Best fields just to the onside of straight. Of course, Yorkshire will be up for these final few minutes of the session. Still 4 balls to come in this over. They'll probably therefore sneak one more Bess over in if they get round quickly. Unless, of course, Jack Carson hits these next 4 out of the park, in which case it might slow things down a little. Milnes makes his way now, lovely high over the top action, and that just hits the pads of Carson and runs away backward of square leg, no run. That's just going to dent the morning, as I was saying, Bruce. I think it had been a really good first hour or so. Managed to weather those couple of Yorkshire potential wickets, Tom Alsop, before he's succumbed to that Matt Milnes delivery. But in these conditions, if you can get out with even just the 1 loss in an hour and a quarter, still think it represents a pretty good morning's work as Carson plays it out towards Point and Revis Fields.
Yeah, but as we've seen in this game, we saw it yesterday, and then we see it at home so many times. Wickets can go, you can lose 1 and then you might lose 2 or 3. I think Yorkshire's still in a reasonable position here. Okay, their lead is only 68, but I think if Sussex got close to parity here, they'd probably be quite satisfied. It's going to be one of those 1 innings shootouts.
There comes Milnes again. Carson, watchful in defence.
But Carson is capable, got a first class 100. He's more than capable of, he needs to get himself in, just get through to lunch now, make sure that sees off this last ball, and Simpson can negotiate the final over before lunch from Don Bess, and then regroup at lunchtime and start again in the afternoon.
A minute to go before the lunch break, and a delivery left in this over. This could be it for the morning session. Carson didn't particularly do much gardening there, as he might have done, and he leaves that one wide of off stump. Umpire Jack Chantry has a look at the watch, and they are advancing into position for another over. Jordan Thompson now removing his sweater. So Don Bess, well, his over appeared to just facilitate the change around. Thompson coming from the Cromwell Road end to the C end of the ground, and he's going to have one more over before the lunch break.
He's bowling couple of practice balls. He's going to come in from this C end, 2 slips and a leg slip. Interestingly enough, I'm just trying to work out who that is. He's clapping his hands vigorously towards Thompson, who comes in to bowl
Finley Bean,
and the first ball is worked nicely off his hips by John Simpson down to long leg for a single. So Jack Carson will come into strike to face Thompson. 127 for 5. Had an hour and a quarter's play today. We didn't start till 11:45. We're due to get 84 overs in total in the day. Lunch at 1 o'clock. Tea today will be at 20 to 4. Whether we get 84 overs is another matter, but we've had 66 will be remaining after this one. The light is not great, but it's playable with the lights on. And I don't imagine it will get appreciably worse. Certainly no rain forecast for the rest of the day, which is good. I think all that rain that we had overnight is pushing north. Anyway, here comes Jordan Thompson to bowl to Jack Carson, who plays that off the back foot. Trying to force that through point, but instead it's played in front of square, straight to the fielder. He rehearses a shot a couple of times. No run, 127 for 5. Not a big crowd in at Hove today, it has to be said. Not great spectating weather, but those who are here are enjoying the cricket. It's been a good battle, and it's going to continue. Thompson in to bowl, and this time he beats Carson, who plays forward, and that one just moves off the seam just a smidgen. Shapes away. That's a good ball, and some oohs and ahs among the slip cordon, and rightly so. That was a good delivery by Jordan Thompson, and Jack Carson will say, well, actually I've got inside the line, I played that pretty well, and he'd have a point, I think. 127 for 5. 3 balls to go before lunch. God, Yorkshire would love one more before the interval here. Thompson comes in to bowl to Carson, and again similar delivery to the previous one, not quite as much movement there. Carson happy to play inside the line and leave it alone. Getting a bit of bounce as well, Jordan Thompson. Simpson comes down the wicket, does a bit of gardening.
Don't be saying that, he'll be thinking he's a fast bowler.
Well, he got that through. Those last 2 he's got through. Thinking about his lunch, probably thinking, I'll put my all in for these last 2 deliveries before he comes in again and bowls to Carson, and this time that's on the money, and Carson defends back down the pitch solidly enough. 127 for 5. This game is very nicely poised. And you would not think that Yorkshire would bat as badly in the second innings as they did yesterday afternoon, would you? I think that would be, from a Sussex point of view, asking a bit too much. I think they'll bat a bit better in the second innings. We've got a silly point coming for this last ball of the session. Standing 2 or 3 or 4 paces away from Jack Carson as Thompson turns, then stops in his run up, goes back and starts again, and comes in past the umpire, bowls to Carson, who plays that solidly. It's fielded by silly point, but there is no run. James Wharton was there in that position, and that's the end of the session, end of this morning session on day 3 here at Hove. Sussex 127 for 5. They trailed by 67. They started the day, we began at 11:45 on 84 for 4, and the only wicket to fall came in the penultimate over before lunch. Matt Milnes swapped to the Cromwell Road end, and with his first ball, Tom Alsop in defence saw the ball trickle onto his stumps. The leg bail came off, unfortunate for Allsop, who'd done a really good job for his side. Bowled by Matt Milnes for 36. John Simpson, the captain, is unbeaten at lunch on 25. The bowling figures: White 1 for 34, Milnes 3 for 43, Thompson no wicket for 24. The bowling figures have just disappeared. And that stand of Allsop and Simpson, that was worth 42. So Simpson and Carson will resume after lunch here at home, with Sussex when they come back 127 for 5, still 67 behind Yorkshire's first innings score of 194. Simpson 23 not out.
Thanks, Bruce. Yeah, thanks for being with us this morning, folks. We'll, of course, take a breather while the players do and have a bit of lunch ourselves, and we're back with you as they walk out for the afternoon session, which is theoretically 1:40, but might be a minute or two beyond that.
They do. Interesting that Jack Carson has been promoted in the order. He was promoted last week as well, Bruce, ahead of Finn Hudson-Prentice, and I think that's a recognition of how well Jack's batting has developed over the last couple of the season. But in comes Milnes, bowls to John Simpson around leg stump. The ball clips the pad and Bairstow runs from behind the stumps to field, and there is no run. The field, there are 2 slips, a deep backward point, almost a third man. There's a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg and a fine leg. It's a grey, breezy, autumnal, winterish afternoon here at home. It's but you know, we're out and we're playing, and we can't ask for any more than that. The floodlights are shining brightly and have been since the start of play at 11:45 today, as Milnes is back again and running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road in bowls, and Simpson drives firmly through the onside runs here for John Simpson. I'm not sure if it's going to go all the way for 4. Maybe it might actually. The fielder is in hot pursuit and rolls over the boundary ropes, and it's 4 more to John Simpson, who goes to 27, and Sussex to 131 for 5. And John Simpson, who's just been maybe slightly out of sorts the last 2 or 3 games, batting himself into a nice bit of form here.
Well, he looks in good order. He timed that really well. The outfield is not slow, I have to say. I mean, we had a lot of rain over the last week or so, but it drains here remarkably well now. I'm just thinking last week against Hampshire, and even the sort of yesterday, 3 or 4 years ago, before they did the drainage, particularly at this bottom end, we would have struggled to get any cricket. And I think the outfield September looks in really good nick.
It's, do you know, Bruce, for me, it's the best in the country, alongside a couple of others, as in comes Milnes, bowls to Simpson, who clips off the hip down to square leg, fielded by Jordan Thompson, who trots in off the leg side boundary and fields 1 more to Simpson. He goes to 28. Around the country, Bruce, I would say this Taunton's a very good outfield. You know, clearly Lords and the Oval are very good, but there are 1 or 2 grounds I went to this year where the outfield was really quite poor, and test grounds as well.
Yeah.
I know it's been very dry, but you know, there's really no excuse here. It is like a carpet.
Well, guys, you know, Ben Gibson, the groundsman, and his staff, they take pride in their work. You can see that every day. In all that, long hours, all weathers.
Yeah.
I guess once they put the square to bed in a couple of weeks' time, they'll get a well-deserved rest.
Milnes with 3 slips in place to bowl to the right-handed Jack Carson. He's in and bowls, and Carson's beaten outside the off-stump, taken by Bairstow, and there is no run. I heard you discussing with Jonathan pre-lunch about Yorkshire season and how you feel it's gone. From a Sussex point of view, I always felt that it was... I mean, there was no talk of winning championships, but there was talk of maybe finishing in the top 3 or 4. I always felt actually staying up was number 1 priority this season.
Yeah, and you have to say, to get 3 wins in the first batch of games before the end of May, they've done virtually all the hard work.
Yes.
You not many teams get relegated. It doesn't sound a lot, 3 wins out of 14, but not many teams get relegated with who've won 3 games, and they did all the hard work. I just feel there's been a bit of a drop off since the Kookaburra round, actually.
In comes Milnes, bowls, and Carson's on his way with a boundary, cuts that one away. Past point, and the ball speeds away. Bruce was saying the outfield is quick despite the rain we've had here in the last couple of weeks, and a nice looking shot by Jack Carson, and Sussex to 136 for 5. I wondered as well, Bruce, whether there was a bit of a hangover as well from the T20, because that was, I mean, Sussex really should have qualified for the quarterfinals.
They should. You're right. That was a big opportunity that they missed out on. Yeah, possibly. And also, I was talking with Jonathan earlier. You know, swapping formats, and I don't think it's easy for the players.
Milnes in bowls, Carson drives, and somebody just gets a single because that cover point fielder has gone onto the cover boundary. It's just a single this time for Carson, who goes to 5. The score was gone very quickly, 137 for 5. But that was a disappointment, Bruce, and that is the end of the over. My apologies. Milnes 12 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 53, and it was a game here against Kent, wasn't it, that Sussex should have won comfortably, and they really threw that game away.
Jerry Evanson,
yes,
won the game for Kent. He did. Yeah, that was the turning point, I think.
But good news last night in the interview with J. Devanukap, when he confirmed he's back suddenly for next season as well, and hinting that he may be here for a little longer.
That would be, I think, if Sussex could get him in July, I think that would make such a difference. I think he's a quality bowler. He clearly likes coming here. His wife, his young baby is here now.
Yes.
Really nice guy, actually, isn't he? Jade.
Incredibly polite.
Very polite and talks well.
Yes.
And I really hope that he has a long career here. Jordan Thompson's going to open the bowling from the C end after lunch, and the first ball to Jack Carson is defended solidly. No run. Yeah, if they could get him for maybe 6 championship games as opposed to 3. I mean, that would, and then you hopefully got Jaden Seals at the start of the season. You know, you've got 2 bowlers there who are a point of difference, along with Ollie Robinson, of course, who presumably after a good winter, you know, getting rid of his niggles and his little injuries and getting himself really, really fit and strong, can really have another good season next year. I think he's been unlucky. I think he's only got 28 championship wickets. I think he probably deserves a few more than that. Jordan Thompson is in to bowl, and that is edged, but in front of third slip by Jack Carson. Played it with soft hands, so no chance of a catch. Dropped a couple of yards in front of the fielder there, Finn Bean, at third slip. 137 for 5.
I thought as well, Bruce, that it almost bought the best out of Ollie yesterday, having Jaded bowling. You know, he's got someone at the other end who's really making it difficult for the batsman.
And he's probably not really had that, with all due respect, since Jaden Seals at the start of the season. Thompson in again to bowl to Carson and defends solidly back down the pitch, fielded by the bowler.
I mean, I thought he was excellent yesterday, Ollie Robinson. When he bowled 16 overs or so, he only picked up the 1 wicket. You're quite right. I think on another day, I mean, I don't know how many times he went past the outside edge.
Certainly
yesterday.
In his first spell, he must have beaten the bat 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
Seemed like 3 or 4 times an over sometimes.
Yes. I mean, he could have finished up with 3 or 4 wickets yesterday, Ollie. So I just thought he looked, but he hasn't quite looked at his best and hasn't quite looked 100% most of the season. He's obviously had these little niggles.
Thompson in again to Carson, and that beats the bat. It's a good ball. Carson playing forward, just a little bit of late shape from Thompson away, and taken by Johnny Bairstow behind the stumps. Yeah, and you're right. I think probably he feels, got a really good operator like Unadkat at the other end. There's slightly less pressure on Ollie Robinson to be the man to take 4 or 5 wickets to break the back of the opposition batting. But yeah, it'd be great to have Unadkat for half a season next year instead of the last month. Thompson in. Carson is beaten again. That's a good bowling here from Jordan Thompson. A couple of times now in this over he's beaten the bat. That over before lunch, he was on the money as well. That one's just moved away off the seam. Bit of gardening, bit of fishing outside off stump by Carson. Goes away and rehearses the shot, but he was beaten all ends up there. Very lucky not to get a little edge on that.
I was saying to Jonathan, actually, the last couple of years at Scarborough, I've watched this Yorkshire attack and think it's high class, really.
Jordan Thompson into bowl. That's on these pads, and Carson will take advantage. Just guides that down to long leg and picks up a single to end the 44th over. Sussex 138 for 5. Simpson on 28. Jack Carson's nicked the strike. He's on 6, and the deficit is now 56. 64 overs remaining in the day. Adrian, how many of those do you think we're going to see?
Well, I don't think
we'll get into the 60s.
No, I don't. But it may be time-wise, we may get to sort of 5:30, but it's going to start to get dark anyway. But hopefully we'll get a good proportion. One thing, and I apologise to our Yorkshire listeners, Bruce and I are waxing lyrical here about Sussex. One thing you can't get away from, and it's not trying to throw anyone under the bus or be critical, but the number 3 spot has been an issue for Sussex this season, Bruce. There's no hiding that. As Matt Milnes comes in from the Cromwell Road end to bowl to Carson, who hammers this one away through the offside. It's fielded out on the offside band. I think that's Matthew Revis out there who gets in the throw. One more to Carson, who goes to 7. The total 139 for 5. Sussex have obviously got Daniel Hughes at the top of the order. You can only have 2 overseas. I just wonder whether Paul Farbrace and the manager, the coaching staff may be looking at options at 3. Bruce.
Well, they've signed 2 players from the domestic market, haven't they? The 2 lads from Gloucestershire,
yes,
Price and Goodman, neither of whom are sort of frontline batsmen. So, yeah, or maybe go down the overseas route. It's a difficult one. I mean, I'd love to see Jaden Seals back here again at next season.
In comes Milnes, bowls. Simpson works this one down to third man. He's picked up one. He's very quick between the wickets, is John Simpson. He shows the virtue of running the first run quickly because he's immediately backed for the second. And Simpson goes to 30. Sussex to 141 for 5. I guess that one of the issues around overseas players who are test players is, Sussex hoping they had Jaden for 7 games, weren't they? And then all of a sudden the West Indian schedule changes, and I think Jaden's been terrific.
Yeah. But going back to the batting, a player I think is perhaps a little bit unlucky not to have had an opportunity would probably be Charlie Tier, who batted well a couple of times in the One Day Cup. I think if there's not too much resting on next week's game at Worcester, it might be an opportunity to get him into the team.
Milnes in bowls. Simpson cuts that one away again through the offside. More runs here for John Simpson. It's going to be 4 runs actually. I thought the fielder was going to get to that, but he timed that better than I thought, Simpson. And he goes to 34, and Sussex going along very nicely here. 145 for 5.
See this at Hove, don't we, so much that between 40 and 50 overs the ball starts getting a little bit softer, and batting does become a bit easier, doesn't it? Seen that since lunch, certainly.
No. John Simpson he began the season so well. I was looking at his stats. I mean, 300s this season.
That's right. The first game he got 100.
He did 181 up at Edgbaston. Then he made 110 here against Somerset.
106 against Hampshire in that low-scoring game they won.
Yes, they did. Yeah, that was. Paul Farbrace said that was probably because it was a tricky wicket down at Utilita for that game where Hampshire got docked points. Milnes in, bowls to Simpson, who's again driving firmly through the covers. More runs here for Sussex. That might well go for a boundary as well. There are 2 Yorkshire fielders in hot pursuit, and they're not going to get there. And this is an expensive over from Matt Milnes. It's cost 11 runs, and John Simpson has very quickly moved to 38. And Sussex to 149 for 5.
Tom Clark, who has been in and out of the team this season, he's injured, I think, so he's out. He won't play again this season.
No.
Crocombe, I think, was mentioned last week by Paul Farbrace again. Another disappointed because I think he's had a good season, and it's a shame he's not been able to play a few more games because of little injuries. But yeah, I think I remember I probably had this conversation with you right at the start of the season, Armsy. Our only sort of caveat for Sussex was, were they a batsman and top order batter light, and I think events have probably proved us to be correct.
Yeah. And it's coming around the wicket to Simpson, who's forward solidly and plays out into the offside, and there is no run. I thought for a minute that was the end of the over. I think Johnny Bairstow thought it was, I thought for a minute Bairstow was going to stand up to the stumps, and he suddenly decided it isn't the end of the over. I didn't make in all the phone calls I was making at lunchtime, Bruce, I didn't make a note of the lunchtime score. I'm sure you did.
126 for 5.
Thank you.
So they've added 23 in 4 overs since lunch.
Was it 41 overs at lunch, was it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I was busy trying to sort out our technical issues, which hopefully are resolved. Apologies if you're trying to listen via the BBC website. The light isn't great, but it's been like this for the whole day's play. It's got no worse and no better as in comes Milnes bowls, and Simpson whips this one away down to fine leg and picks up another single. He will pinch the strike. Good over as far as Sussex are concerned, with 12 runs coming off of it, and the ripple of applause from the pretty small crowd is 150 for 5. Simpson on 39, Carson on 7. We await news of the restructure, Bruce. Your journalistic antennae telling you when that might be?
Well, I was told last week it would be before the end of the season. You would think they need to people need to know what's going to happen next year, but who knows? I mean, it's been on the stocks for 4 or 5 months now. There've been so many meetings. I haven't seen John Philby this week, who would know what the sort of schedule is on when these decisions are going to be made. But it sounds like they're going to go to 13 championship games and the 3 conferences, doesn't it? So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. And obviously T20, that was decided a while ago to go back to groups of 6. Anyways, a new over starting. Jordan Thompson's coming in from the C end and bowling to John Simpson, who defends back down the pitch. No run.
Yeah, I mean, John came on commentary last week and made it very clear that Sussex has voted for the 13. Just talking to some of the journalists who have come down from Yorkshire this week, I mean, there was some optimism here last week that 13 may get the requisite amount of votes, the 2/3. But yeah. The view from a couple of lads from Yorkshire was that their antennae were telling them that wasn't going to happen and the status quo would remain.
Thompson comes into bowl, and that's on his pads, John Simpson's pads, and he'll love that. He just flicks it away into deep mid-wicket for a single. 151 for 5. Simpson on to 40. Yeah, realistically, you would have liked a decision to have been made maybe at the start of September before these last 3 championship games. So club, counties knew what the scenario was next year. I've got a feeling, to be honest, Adrian, that it will be the same next year. I think that they'll make a decision perhaps in the winter and then defer it to 2027 season and see how that goes for maybe 5 or 6 years. That's what they need. That's played into the ground and through slips, and that might go all the way for 4 actually. No, it's been pulled up inside the rope, but it's 2 comfortable runs to Jack Carson. Just played that nicely off the back foot, guided it past Gully. It's Gully's right hand, and 2 runs to him. 153 for 5. Carson on 9, Simpson on 40. It would be a bit, if you say they made a decision on Friday and say, well, next week, there's going to be no relegation, or there's going to be 1 team relegated. I mean, straight away, 5 games in Division 1 are pretty meaningless, aren't they?
Yes.
Thompson into bowl. Carson plays that off the back foot again, driving into the offside, straight to the fielder at mid-off, but stopped, no run.
Sorry, Bruce. Personal view, I don't think it's a great look for the game, though, is it? When this is continual uncertainty.
We've had this so many times. How many reviews and fudges just make a decision. But when you've got 18 counties, all with different interests, it's going to be. I think it's always going to be difficult. And when you've got such a disparity in those counties, when you think about counties like Surrey with their wealth, and then the smaller counties, they're all going to vote for different things. Thompson in and Carson defends out respectfully into the offside, no run.
No, I agree. I mean, it was interesting last week. I went to the meeting over in the pavilion where John Philby addressed the members, and Paul Farbrace was there. And Paul Farbrace made exactly that point. One of the problems is you've got different clubs and different stakeholders within the clubs with their own views as well.
Yeah, the players
the financial men, the players, the coaches.
Yeah, I'm sure the commercial department here would want more T20 games, and they'd want them to be played in June and July, not the back end of May, all the first couple of weeks of June when the weather wasn't so great. I'm sure the players would want fewer, probably want 12 championship games and fewer one-day matches. It's such a difficult balancing act. Thompson in to completely over down the leg side, hits Carson on the pad. They think about running a leg by, but they don't, because the fielder there at mid-on, Matt Milnes, is round pretty quickly to intercept. End of the over, 153 for 5 off 46 overs. Carson's on 9, John Simpson on 40, and Sussex trail by 41.
I think actually this morning when we started late for those just joining us here. Adrian Harms and Bruce Talbot on commentary, with the floodlights on and the heavy cloud, it's certainly favouring the bowlers. But I think Sussex will be pretty pleased, having begun the day 84 for 4, to have reached 153 for 5 with the lights on and cloudy skies. It's sort of conditions you could have easily lost 3 or 4 very quick wickets.
And as we saw yesterday, wickets, and we've seen all season here on these pitches, Adrian, wickets can go in clusters certainly in the first couple of days. They do tend to flatten out a bit. I know this is the second day really because we lost the day to rain, but the pitches do. I don't think it's a bad batting pitch at all.
No.
I don't think the interviews that we've done after play, neither team have complained about it.
In comes George Hill bowling to John Simpson, played down the ground. A good diving stop there. I think the fielder's hurt himself there actually. Diving across. No, I think he's okay. I think that was Don Bess.
Don Bess, yeah.
Either way, Simpson goes to 41 and Sussex to 154.
It's Jordan
5.
Thompson, actually, I think.
Is it?
Yeah, it's Thompson. Yeah.
Well, he's showing Hill on the scoreboard, isn't it?
John
Thompson
hurt
with
the fielding.
Sorry.
Yeah, he fielded. Yeah, a bit off. Yeah, rubbing it off.
Yeah, who is Warwickshire bound. The good cricketer though, Jordan Thompson, useful in all formats of the game. Hill, 2 slips and a gully in place, bowling to the right-handed Jack Carson. He's in and bowls, and Carson is forward and plays to mid-on. And there is no run. Yes, so we're wait. I mean, the feeling was, just to sort of wrap that up, Bruce. The feeling was from John last week that there was going to be a decision this week. That there would be the chairman would maybe not meeting in person, but there would be some kind of, I don't know, Teams call or whatever you do, Zoom, and people would be asked to vote for what they were. What they wanted, whether that's going to happen, whether it has happened, whether it's been deferred.
Well, I hopefully it is, because all people want, everyone involved, is clarity, isn't it?
Hill in bowls, and Carson plays uppishly through mid-on. I think, well, we're 8 race away from 4, but the ball was in the air for a long time. Has it been pulled back? No, it hasn't. And 4 runs to Jack Carson, drilling that down the ground. The ball was in the air for a long time, but Carson nonetheless goes to 13, and Sussex, who have been scoring very quickly since lunch, moved to 158 for 5. That's 32 runs have come since lunch, Bruce.
I think these two, are not players that they want to get a move on. They want to score quickly. Carson certainly, that's the way he plays. He's moved on to 13, and he's looked quite good.
In comes Hill bowls. Carson defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Just to let you know, at the Oval, Notts bowled out for 256 in their second innings. Surrey needing 315 to win, and effectively, Bruce, 315 to win the county championship. Up at the Oval.
Fancy Surrey.
Well, yeah, even in
315. I think one of their good players will step up.
In terms of at the other end of the table, Hill in bowls, Carson shoulders arms. That goes through to Bairstow. There is no run. Down at Taunton, a side who are in danger are Hampshire, because in reply to Somerset's 454 for 8, Hampshire 92 for 5. And interesting that all those wickets have been taken by the spinners, 3 for Leach, 2 for Vaughan. And in fact, of the 33 overs bowled there, only 6 have been bowled by the seamers. So,
and how many overs did the Hampshire spinners bowl? It's Washington, isn't it? Isn't he?
Yes. Washington's playing for... in comes Hill bowls, and Jack Carson plays another lofted shot. He's rather got away with that as Jack threw backward point. The throw comes in. It's missed by Johnny Bairstow. Very nearly knocked John Simpson's head off. I think they're all over. Yeah, Johnny Bairstow pats John Simpson on the back. The throw came in from the boundary. It was missed by Bairstow, and it very nearly hit John Simpson on the head. Anyway, after all of that, Sussex get a single. Carson goes to 40, 159 for 5. Yeah, Washington 15 not out for Hampshire. Ben Brown made 21, but Hampshire are in a good deal of trouble in that game.
Did Washington bowl many overs?
Did he bowl many overs? Let's have a little look and see. Washington bowled 30 overs, took 1 for 107.
Right.
So there wasn't a lot of spin, in fairness, for the Hampshire.
No.
But clearly Leach and Vaughan are getting something out of that track.
Jordan Thompson starts a new over, comes into bowl to Carson, who pulls through mid-wicket, or attempted to go through mid-wicket, but he's actually stopped at mid-wicket by Matt Revis, diving to his right. Didn't quite get hold of that one. Looked quite a nice shot, and Revis got down and fielded it well. 159 for 5.
Just very quickly, Bruce, the other 2 games are off for the day at Edgbaston. Essex 325 for 5. I think that draw will probably be enough to secure Essex in the First Division. And up at the Riverside, Worcestershire 355 for 5 against Durham.
Thompson in to Carson, who defends into the offside. I think about a single, quick single, but the fielder in the cover there, James Wharton, is round quickly, and no run.
Defeat for Hampshire would be, I mean, if Sussex and Yorkshire would pick up 10, 11, well, they'd pick up 11 points for a draw here, Bruce. That would take Sussex to 149. And Hampshire, would be in grave danger if they only pick up 3 points.
With Surrey to play next week
at
the Utilita Bowl.
Yeah.
A lot going on. Thompson into bowl to Carson, who defends into the offside. No run. I think there's definitely been a change of tempo since lunch. We've had 33 runs in 35 minutes. Well, actually no, 25 minutes.
Yeah.
These two are batting positively, and so far so good. The stand is worth 43 at the moment. They've scored those pretty quickly as well. Run rate's gone up to 3.35. Sussex trailing by 35 as Thompson comes in and Carson defends. Right behind that one into the offside, no run.
I mean, this has been a big positive for Sussex. I was thinking about, roles of all-rounders in the side, and I'm sort of starting to class Jack Carson in that, developing into that all-rounder role, Bruce.
Definitely.
And I think that's an indication of the fact that he has been pushed up the order for the last couple of games.
You would hope he would be under consideration for the Lions this winter.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he is, but whether that means he gets in the final squad to go to Australia, who knows? But he's got to be talked about. Thompson in again and bowls. That one kept a little low.
Did.
Thompson expression as he followed through there suggests that wasn't too far away from. Probably got a little bit of an inside edge, but it didn't bounce a great deal. Just seeing the replay now. It was also jagged back in. Actually, no, it was higher up than it. Jack Carson was on his toes when he played that, a bit higher up than we first thought. He survives, 14 to him.
He's just been suffering, Jack, hasn't he, with this sort of finger injury throughout the season, which he perhaps needs to get fully sorted.
Comes in and bowls, and Carson defends into the offside quietly. A maiden over from Jordan Thompson, so that stopped Sussex's post-lunch push. 159 for 5. John Simpson's going to be on strike for the next over on 41. Jack Carson on 14. I have to work it out, Adrian. Has he bowled more overs this year than he did last year, Jack?
Good question.
I'll just
but he has bowled a lot. I mean, I did speak to Jack down at the Utilita actually when he took a fifer, and I did say to Jack I was quite surprised that he hadn't been picked for the Lions game that then came up against India down at Canterbury. He didn't make the squad for that. But I'm with you. It would be great if he could get picked for the Lions. I just wonder whether others have got ahead of him.
Yeah.
In comes Hill, bowls to Simpson, plays onto the onside, no run. And I mean, a spinner's job is to take wickets, I know, but the fact that Jack's batting is developing at the pace it is must make him an attractive proposition, I would have thought.
But if others are ahead of him and they've made their mind up that he's not what they want, then maybe Jack's got to consider, if he's going to play international cricket, is just to declare and play for Ireland.
Well, that's another very good point, where he would certainly get in the side. In comes Hill, bowls to Simpson, plays down the onside of the track. There is no run. Have you got journalistic duties to get on with, Bruce, or are you okay?
No, I'm happy for a bit. Yeah.
Well, I'll make way at the end of this over, and Doidge can come back in. He looked like he might having his own. He looked a little frazzled. He was outside the door. He was on his phone about something. I don't know. Probably checking up on the latest Leeds United signing or something, or I don't know. Anyway.
Why not?
Adam Live is the sole slip. As in comes Hill and bowls, and Simpson defends down the other side of the track. And there is no run. 159 for 5. Carson 14. John Simpson playing a captain's innings here, not for the first time for Sussex. 41 not out. Sussex resuming this morning 84 for 4 with the lights on and low cloud. I mean, it's a thoroughly miserable day. There's probably no more than a couple of hundred spectators in the ground at most, I would say.
Well, it's a long winter. There's only one more day of cricket here, Adrian, and probably people think, well, I want to go and watch them before...
Hill bowls, Simpson drives into the offside, no run. No, you're right. It's we're just talking about how we're going to change the headsets around. I think we're going to change the headsets now. So Doidge is going to have Bruce's, and Bruce is going to take my headset at the end of the over. So we are going to do some fiddling around with headsets. Oh, that's my bit of paper. I mustn't lose that. That's important. In comes Hill, bowls. Simpson again forward, plays down the track. There is no one. I think Sussex will be happier than Yorkshire at the moment, Doidge, because these conditions we did say at the beginning very much favours the bowlers, but I think John Simpson in particular, and now Carson and also before, have shown good application here.
Yeah, they really have. Yeah, I mean, conditions are it's down south, isn't it? So the weather down here always a bit of a problem.
Hill in bowls. Simpson plays into the offside and picks up a single to pinch the strike. He goes to 42 as Doidge gets another message. 160 for 5. I just read this email that's come from Les Woodburn, who's in Kirby Grindale. Do you know where that is?
No, it was Bruce who got the message, not me.
Oh, right, was it Bruce, was it? Right. Anyway, Les says, thank you for some very good commentary this season. Living as I do in North Yorkshire, it's nice and sunny near Moulton. It's great to get the visuals via YouTube plus your commentary. As per your conversation at the moment, I do think that at least one higher order batsman is needed to give added strength. That in itself will take pressure off the other batsmen. Have a good winter, unless you're on duty next week at Worcester, which indeed I am for the first 3 days. I'm looking forward to going down to Worcester, probably one of my favourite grounds on the circuit. Les, thanks very much for getting in touch. I'm going to leave with Doidge and with Bruce.
Jordan Thompson as well, who is running up from the sea end now, and Simpson leaves the delivery slanted across him from over the wicket. Outside off stump, there is no run. You'd never survive up north, Harmsley, if you think this is bad weather. You'd no chance. Just forget about going north of Reading, I suppose, in your case, something like that. North of Cobham. 164.5. This is a very pleasant day to some of us. In comes Thompson now, past umpire Longley. Nicely played off the hip by Simpson. Got it away down to long leg. Jack White with that familiar lolloping run round to field it, and they get a single. Simpson on to 43. 33 now the deficit. Can of course change quickly on. It takes a couple of balls and it feels a different game again, but at the moment Sussex will definitely be the happier of the two sides with their day's work as it stands, I would think.
Have you been to Kirby Grindleith, where Les is from? Haven't you?
No, it sounds like something out of a fictional novel.
Brontes.
Something like that. Here's Thompson in, 3 slips in place. It was short of length and punched into the offside for Wharton to field. No, I haven't.
Near Moulton.
Kirby Grindelwald, did you say?
Near Moulton, yeah. North Yorkshire.
I've been past Moulton, been to Moulton. But no, it's obviously fairly tight to the local area, I guess.
Nice and sunny there, which is
lovely.
Good to know.
Let's move the match up there. You got a big enough playing area. Here's Thompson over the wicket again, punched into the offside by Jack Carson. No run. Now there's some great place names around. It's funny in this country, given that it's not large, the number of place names that are repeated in another area of the country as well.
Yeah.
Quite often get that.
And if any of our listeners can think of any place names Sussex unique to Sussex and Yorkshire.
Thompson in and bowling. Doesn't feel like it bounced quite as much as it might have done, but Jack Carson was happy enough with the bounce, and he's scythed that one away through the covers and picks up 4. Deficit now just 29. Played it well and watched it well. Kind of didn't feel like it was out of a textbook, but it was very effective. I think, as I mentioned yesterday, Jack Carson is on Harms's list of all-time favourite Sussex players, I think, since he's been doing the job.
He's a good man, is Jack. Good cricketer.
18 off 38 for him now. Jordan Thompson comes in and bowls here down the leg side. It's an attempt at flicking it away. JT fancies it. The slips are a bit more half-hearted. Jordan tried to convince Tom Lungley that was going to knock all 3 out, but he's decided it wasn't bat, it was leg byes down to fine leg. And it didn't look as good a shout as the one I think it hit him in front of leg, but with the angle it was certainly going down. Now George Hill's delivery at Tom Alsop this morning before Tom was eventually out, which I fancied was a very good shout. There was a mention at lunch that there might have been some inside edge on that. I'm not sure if that was the case or not, but it's not something I'd considered from seeing it myself.
Good decision then by the umpire if there was. Anyway, the aforementioned George Hill, 1 for 25 from him so far from 11 overs, 5 maidens. He's bowled well and been a bit unlucky, as Jonathan suggests, not to have picked up a couple more wickets. Sussex 167 for 5. They're just 27 behind now, and they're in control at the moment. They're in a reasonable place as Hill comes in and bowls to Simpson, who defends out to the leg side, and the man coming in from mid-wicket fields, Finn Bean. just on the edge of the square. Simpson on 41, Carson on 18. One slip, gully, the close catches. Finn Bean is 20 yards away from the bat. Short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Hill comes in again and bowls. And Simpson is right behind that one as well. And Hill fields in his follow-through. Plenty of encouragement from Johnny Bairstow and the rest of the close catches for George Hill. You just feel, like you said, Jonathan, one wicket could change things quite quickly here. But bearing in mind that Sussex, really, the tail is Hunt, Robinson and Unad Cat is quite long. They're all capable, but they're all capable of being knocked over quickly as well. And that's nicely played. Back down the ground by John Simpson, but no run. The fielder, Jordan Thompson, coming across from mid-on, does the fielding, no run. Plenty more vigorous polishing of the ball by the fielders before it's tossed back to the bowler by Jack White, who's fielding at mid-off. And Hill, from the Cromwell Road end here, comes in and bowls to Simpson, who flicks that off his pads down to long leg. The man coming round there to field is Matt Milnes. Another run to the total, 168 for 5. Leg by signalled by the umpire at the far end. Very breezy still. Would hope that some of this cloud would sort of blow away, but it just seems to be it is blowing, but it's just being replaced by more cloud.
Yeah,
but at least we're playing. At least we're playing. That's the main thing as Hill comes in, and this time Carson defends into the leg side, fielded by Matt Revis, running in with a white towel tucked into the back of his trousers. 168 for 5. Yeah, the two flags are fluttering quite briskly above the main scoreboard here at Hove. 168 for 5. In comes Hill to bowl to Carson, who defends back up the pitch.
No ball.
No ball. I haven't seen many of them.
No, rarity from George. Just on the light front, I went for a wander round up to the changing room area at lunch, and actually I was pleasantly surprised when I walked out. It feels a fair bit brighter when you're not behind the smoked glass.
Yeah. Hill's coming in to completely over. Carson takes a step forward there, but just defends that, and the wind gets up. You can see it flapping Carson's shirt at the end of that over. 170 for 5. 3 runs off that over, so Sussex now trailing just by 24 runs. We've got 57 overs remaining today. Tea will be at 3:40, so that's an hour and 20 minutes away. So still a lot of cricket to be played today and in this match. You do feel, I don't know, it feels like there might be a result still, a positive result either way, though looking at the other matches and the rain around, if both teams walked away with, 11 points or 12 points each, I think it would they'd probably be quite happy, wouldn't they? Bearing in mind Durham, unless something happens at Durham tomorrow whereby, they set up a game or something. And Hampshire, we've spoken about before you came on, Dorji, are in a bit of trouble at Taunton, so they're by no means out of the relegation.
No, here's Jordan Thompson's short ball first up over the wicket to John Simpson, who is well underneath the height of that as it flashed through. It was so short and high that there might have been some query about it from the umpires, but they've both let it go. 170 for 5, 24 the deficit. So going along well in trying to rub this out with just one loss so far today, and Simpson flicks this latest Thompson delivery off his legs. Argo balls round to field, but they're back pretty swiftly through for 2. Simpson moving on towards what would be both a welcome and deserved half century if he gets there, the way he's played. Been very disciplined out there for his team. Two slips in place at the moment. George Hill and Adam Lyth. Matthew Revis is occupying the square boundary on the offside. Agarwal's a long way back towards the square boundary on the leg side, probably equidistant to Revis, but it's a longer boundary out there. He's about 10 yards in as Thompson's delivery finds Simpson cutting and Revis coming into play. They get through for one. See the lights pretty clearly in the apartment block at the far end of the Cromwell Road end of the ground, and in one or two houses up there as well. Three slips for Jack Carson. Thompson stays over the wicket and Carson does get an edge on that. He's playing that through the leg side and it's going for four through third man. So very definitely a false shot. Jordan with a double teapot.
Squared him up. It's a good ball. He's been unlucky, Thompson. I think he's bowled really well. 50 partnership for these two. 51 runs off 70 balls. Important in the context of this game. Only the second 50 partnership of the match.
Yeah, there's 17 behind now. And the way this match has gone, any sort of lead is definitely going to be marked up, I think. Thompson in again. That's pushed into the offside Wharton Fields. No run. And I take your point when you said earlier that Yorkshire can't bat as they did for a second time, but that's obviously entirely possible, and Sussex might bowl even better than they did first time. So there's a challenge on here for both these sides at the moment. It's a good game of cricket in the limited time we've been able to watch it. Yorkshire still trying to find further wickets today. 5 more needed to see the back of Sussex. They've got plenty of time in terms of bonus points here. 1 more wicket will bring them a second bowling bonus point, but they don't get one from that delivery to Carson, which is defended to complete over number 52 at 177 for 5. You can get in touch on Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. That is Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. And I'm on X as well on @Jonathan Deutsch. Your details, Bruce?
Well, I'll probably better give you Adrian's, which are Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk. If you want to get in touch. And Les has sent us another email from Kirby Grindleith with a nice picture of the St Andrew's Church in the Yorkshire Wolds heading east towards the coast from Malton. So there we are. George Hill bowls that first ball of the new over, and John Simpson defends and goes up the wicket and gives it a few prods. Looks very nice.
Yeah, presumably one of those little places where, unless you're local, you kind of maybe don't come across
it. Yeah. Comes in again and bowls, and Simpson playing that into the leg side, straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Looking to hit that probably a little bit squarer than he did, and it was fielded well by Finn Bean. Actually, Yorkshire's fielding's been pretty good, I'd say. They've been on the button. Attritional game this has been at times, but absorbing nonetheless. Two pretty evenly matched teams, I think. Hill in to bowl, and Simpson guides that off the back foot past Don Bess at gully. He'll do the fielding, but they've gone through for a single. 178 for 5. Jack Carson in strike now on 22, and John Simpson is on 57. Sorry, 47, not 57. Getting ahead of myself there. But the Sussex captain is playing well, and Carson's giving him good support here. It could be a very important partnership. As Hill turns and comes and runs towards us and bowls, and Carson off the sort of inside half of the bat plays that into the onside, fielded by James Wharton, and there is no run. Harmsey will be coming back in, I think, shortly. End of the over. He's coming back in at the end of it, because I think there'll be an update at 2:30 for Radio Sussex listeners. 178 for 5 as Carson plays off the back foot into the covers. No run, fielded by Matt Revis. One ball left of this, the 53rd over. Sorry, yes, 53rd over. You can probably pick up the wind on our effects mic. I can hear it through the speakers. It's still quite blowy out here. But the canopy of grey cloud has not changed all day. Or it's certainly not moved. He comes in and bowls, and Carson edges and is caught at second slip. And George Hill, I think, has deserved that wicket. Jonathan, it's now got 2 for 28. Carson had to play at that one, and a very smart catch low down by Adam Lyth at second slip. And Sussex have lost their 6th wicket, their second wicket of the day. They're 178 for 6, and yeah, good ball that, and deserved wicket for George Hill. Carson goes for 22. John Simpson is 47 not out, and Sussex are 178 for 6 after 53 overs, and they trail by 16. Got some bounce there, found the top part of the bat, and Jack Carson played at it, edged, and a good smart low catch by Adam Lyth at second slip. So Yorkshire back in it, 178 for 6. Adrian's coming in next.
Yeah, one of those sort of deliveries. Yeah, strictly speaking, he probably didn't have to play at it, because it's not going to hit anything if he misses it, if he leaves it. But yeah, from where he's set up, he probably, the human brain being as it is, thinks he's got to play at that, and yeah, he's just drawn into it. So credit to George for putting the ball where he did. And it was apart from the fact that it was dying on, it was a pretty comfortable catch for Adam Lyth, really, wasn't it? A second slip. Yes. Is about to do his update, and it looks as though we might have a change of bowling, maybe. Matthew Revis is certainly having a lengthy chat here with Johnny Bairstow, and yeah, he is coming on at this C end of the ground. First time that we've seen him with ball in hand in the match, as a bowler anyway.
Yeah, I'm just doing some maths, which is always a dangerous thing for me, Doige, but I'm just sort of looking at the situation at Durham, where it very much looks as if that game is heading for a draw, and if it does, Durham would only take 9 points from the match. Now, if this game here were drawn with 11 points apiece, I think that would mean that Durham would have 135 at the end of this, Yorkshire 146, Sussex 149, as in comes Revis and bowls to Simpson, who drives. I think that's been a chance, you know. I think he might have put that down.
No ball.
Ah, there we are. I just noticed Adam Lyth's reaction. He sort of had his hands on it, whether he thought it was going to York him or whether he thought it was a caught and bowled, I don't know. Matthew Revis is looking rather ruefully at his left hand.
Yeah, the batter only has to play at the ball for Adam Lyth to nearly appeal. Yeah,
oh,
he's a very excitable character at slip.
Well, he was, wasn't he? I mean, we can't see from here. Our view is obscured by the umpire.
It might have been it was a full toss, is it? Yeah, full toss. So it would have been a chance had it not been a no ball.
Revis in again, bowls to Simpson down the offside of the track, no run. So just to reiterate that, I think if they draw at Durham, if this ends in a draw with both ties taking 11 points, the gap between you and Durham going into the final match would be 11. The gap between us and Durham would be 14. And I think that means, therefore, because you can't both win next week, I think it almost certainly means Sussex are safe. That's my poor maths, so don't take that for granted. But of course, this game may not end in a draw. Revis in bowl, Simpson drives to mid-off, fielded by Matt Milnes. There is no run. But still an important game at Headingley next week.
Yeah,
where a draw would suit Yorkshire.
Yeah, if
Durham
they're
would
11
need to win.
points in front of Durham, a draw would certainly suit them. Yeah. They have to bat better than they have done for the last 2 weeks, though. Road or no road at Headingley, which it generally is these days.
Right. Revis again. In and bowl. Simpson drives on the bounce into the covers, no run.
The talk is of Mark Wood playing in that game for Durham next week.
Right. Well, I guess that's some sort of tryout for the Ashes, is it? Just to see if he's fit. I mean, I'm not sure about the virtue of that, to be honest. I mean, you haven't played all season in an end of season game, but there you go. Revis round the wicket bowl. Simpson pulls onto the leg side. Pulls to Seflet's going to go all the way for 4 runs. It does, and that brings up John Simpson half century. And what an excellent century it's been from John Simpson. A real captain's innings. He goes to 51 of 93 balls in 139 minutes with 6 boundaries. And not for the first time this season, John Simpson leading from the front. Good shot to bring up his half century, and Sussex to 184 for 6. We're just going to go our update, and I'll get Doigy's. You gave me a funny look then, Doigy. Why did you give me a funny look?
You said that it brings up his half century, and what an excellent century it's been.
Oh, did I? Revis in bowls. I've had a stressful day, don't make it worse. Simpson plays into the gully. There it is. I think I might go and put a sort of ice pack on my head or something. We've had a few technical issues for those just joining us.
We all do it, but it's just one of those slips of the tongue that somebody might end up sending you an email in about, that's all.
Probably. The arrears are just 10 runs now, and Sussex, who looked very unlikely to have any sort of a lead, are sort of edging in that direction. Revis in again, bowls to Simpson, that's down the leg side. That's not a great delivery, and I think that came off the thigh pad. We'll wait and see. It's not going to go for 4, it's going to go for a couple of runs, and they are indeed runs.
Yeah, Johnny Bester got sort of half a hand on it, which made it trickle to Jack White rather than run.
Yes, I don't think Johnny Bester was desperately happy there. What was it a chance? Well, no, I don't think it really was it?
It's one of the great catches if he gets hold of that, I think.
Yeah. So, Matthew Revis's first over costs 8 runs, and Sussex go to 186 for 6, trailing by just 8. I'll just have to do this over from George Hill, then I'll hand over to Doigy. Well, Adam, we've been extremely lucky here. Not as much rain here as they were anticipating. We didn't get underway until 11:45, but we are underway, and Sussex are making good progress in the gloom. The floodlights are on, but Sussex are 187 for 6 in their first innings. It means they trail Yorkshire on first innings by just 7 runs, and being led from the front, as they have been so many times over the last couple of seasons, by John Simpson, who is 53 not out. Meanwhile, up at the Oval, it really is game on for the county championship. Nottinghamshire bowled out this morning for 256. Surrey are 34 without loss. They need another 281 runs to win the match, a win that will almost certainly guarantee them the county championship with a match to go. Was that a chance? Adam Lythe has got his head in his hands at first. Let's just see this again. Simpson edged to Lythe. Yep. Yes, it was a chance. If they could turn the feed off in the studio, that would be much welcome. Thank you.
Bit of Toto. Hold the line.
Was it? Yeah.
It was dying on him again. It's just been the feature of the game, hasn't it? Dying on pretty much most deliveries have been on the way down.
Hill in bowls, and Simpson looking to turn that on the onside. He's completely squared up, gets an outside edge, or a leading edge I should say, and they're all balloons into the covers, but doesn't reach Finley Bean, and there is no run. It's 187 for 6. The light's been like this pretty much all day, Doigy, hasn't it? Hasn't really changed at all. As in comes Hill bowl, Simpson is forward, plays to mid wicket, and there is no run. So interesting events Down at Somerset as well, Hampshire 121 for 6 now. That's got follow on written all over it, hasn't it, at Taunton tomorrow? So defeat for Hampshire in that game would be bad news for Hampshire as well, and would actually leave them in dire straits at the bottom of the table. In fact, Durham would go above Hampshire. In comes again bowl. Simpson drives to mid-on, no run. Yeah, in fact,
what would be the? I mean, we can't say for definite, can we, on points differentials, but roughly what would it be? We're talking.
Well, I think Hampshire would. This is a rough. I think Hampshire would have 135. If Durham draw their game against Worcester, they would have 135. So the differential, if this game is drawn, Doige, between you and Durham would be 11 points. The differential between Sussex and Durham and Hampshire would be 14 points, as Hill is in bowls to Simpson, plays into the offside, no run. So for Sussex to go down, it would mean they would have to pick up virtually no points at Worcester. It would mean that I think actually Sussex are virtually safe, because Durham and Yorkshire are going to take points off of each other. So from a Sussex point of view, things are actually going their way, but they'll want to do it, on their own merits.
Yeah.
I'm sure. End of George Hill's over. One's 87 for 6.
And you'll have to hope that there's not any serious amount of rain in the Worcester area, because that could end up underwater before you get there.
Yeah. Well, I think the team who are in Durham are clearly in trouble. They're paying you, and also Hampshire are in trouble because they're playing Surrey. They'll be hoping, I guess, that Surrey virtually win the championship in this round, which gives. But I don't think they can definitively win it.
No. Here's Matthew Revis then, over the wicket, bowling to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who shoulders arms to that one.
Because the difference between the two sides at the start of play was 1 point. If Surrey won, I think they would take 19 points from the game, I think. Notts would take 3, I think. Yes, that's right. So that would be a 16 point to 17. Yeah, so technically Surrey Argonauts would need some points.
Revis in again, nicely played off the hip this time by Hudson-Prentice. He'll pick up a single out to the sweeping Dan Moriarty, who's now on the field as 12th man, sporting number 21 on his back. Not sure who's gone off. Quick recce round the field. We've got Best, we've got Mills, we've got Bean, Live Hill, Wharton, White, Agarwal's out there as well. In comes Revis again. It's flicked off the legs this time by John Simpson. Down to Jack White. And the tap of the shin from Tom Lungley tells us that's a leg by. It's Jordan Thompson who's missing at the moment.
It's been really impressive this by John Simpson. He's batting in the toughest conditions of the match, and he really has led from the front. He must, to check the numbers, I know James Coles was something like 70 runs short of his 1,000 for the season. So John Simpson must be into the 900s now. I'll double check that in a moment.
Revis is in, that's run out towards Gully. Finley Bean round to field.
I mean, I'm not saying the Sussex tail can't bat, but I think you would say it's a lengthy tail with Robinson, Hunton and Duquette. I mean, they're all perfectly capable. I think you would say that these two are the last two recognised batsmen.
Yeah, Revis makes his way in again. Hudson-Prentice, full length delivery on his legs, fielded by Milnes at mid-on. No run. Matthew Revis, none for 9 towards the back end of his second over here. Just trying to get into it, as it were. Yorkshire needing wickets. I'm just wondering if the wind side of things is to the detriment of the bowlers. I know we've talked very much about the overhead conditions and the lights being in their favour. Never ideal. Having bowled a bit of seam up in the past, when the wind's pretty strong across the face of you, really, you'd rather it be a little more still, or maybe behind you. Hudson-Prentice worked a single into the leg side. He's on 3. from half a dozen deliveries so far. Just 4 runs behind now, Sussex at 190 for 6 off 56.
You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Jonathan Doige, Bruce Talbot back with us in the next 15 minutes or so. I would just say, Doige, if you were looking at Division 1 of the County Championship this year and you had to sort of pick a side who you thought might struggle and go down, I think Worcester, much as I love Worcester, are always going to be, a candidate to go down simply because they have yo-yoed in previous seasons. But I'd love them as a club, and I wish they would stay up. As in comes George Hill racing into bowl to Hudson Prentice, whose forward plays to mid-on. There is no run, and it was difficult to choose others who might be in that relegation dogfight. But I have to say, Durham weren't on my radar really. I thought very much Ryan Campbell had done a good job in the first year up at the Riverside, and I thought they looked like they got a decent squad of players. I'm quite surprised to see them there, as indeed I slightly am with Hampshire as well, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, definitely with Hampshire. Out of all the sides who are in it, I think they've just been so good in recent seasons in Championship cricket.
Hill in bowls to Hudson Prentice, who's hit on the pad. The ball ricochets onto the leg side. There is no run.
I'd have said, if you asked me this question, whatever it was, a month ago, after Yorkshire had come up with that win at Scarborough, I'd have thought Sussex would have been the other team, controversially, I know, on the Sussex stream here.
No, not at all.
The way that Yorkshire played in that match...
and the way Sussex played.
Yeah, but I mean, then we come back down here, we talked about the stronger bowling lineup for Sussex, and, maybe they're allowed a poor performance now and again.
Hill bowls to Simpson. Simpson drills that down the ground. That's going to run away for 4 out. Who's that fielding at mid-on?
Not fielding it at mid-on as Dan Moriarty.
That really wasn't very good. I don't think Johnny Bairstow was overly impressed with that. It was clipped down the ground. Good shot by John Simpson, to get me wrong, as Sussex move into the lead. They lead by 1, but Moriarty was a little slow to set off, and that really wasn't a particularly good piece of fielding.
Yeah, 1-run lead. So yeah, I mean, based on that performance a month or so ago, with having watched Yorkshire play all the other teams this season, I would have thought Sussex, but
Hill bowls to Simpson, defends into the offside, no run.
They'd obviously had a much better start than Yorkshire to the season, as we've already discussed today. So yeah, I'm just talking about on a single performance that I've seen alone. Hampshire obviously beat Yorkshire first up. Durham had the better of a draw against Yorkshire up at Chester Street. Trying to remind myself of the comings and goings in that one.
Hill in bowls. Simpson defends down the onside of the track, no run.
Yeah, in fact, Durham 15, Yorkshire 13. So in terms of the points, they weren't too badly placed, Yorkshire, but they were 277 for 6 come the end of that match. So they'd have been, they certainly weren't dominating that game from memory earlier in the season.
Hill on his way again, bowls to Simpson, who plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. End of the over, 195 for 6. Simpson 57. Hudson Prentice is on the 3. And I would agree with you. I know we're talking on the Sussex stream, but it was a very poor performance at Scarborough from Sussex, and on the back of an equally poor performance here against Essex.
And speaking of Essex, I mean, Yorkshire's season really, they're not where they are now if they take one more wicket at Chelmsford in May.
Yes.
If you remember that day.
Yes, I do, yeah.
Where they didn't get a wicket until the last ball of the second session on the final day, and then took 4 more quickly in the final session, but couldn't get the final one. Matthew Revis bowling here to Hudson Prentice, who's dropped that out to the offside, no run.
And as Bruce was saying earlier, from a Sussex point of view, they had such a good start. I mean, they were excellent in the early part of the season. 3 wins out of 7, and Bruce said you win 3 of your first 7, you're unlikely to go down. However, I remember when they did go down in 2015, they won 3 of their first 5, and then had a terrible run and ended up going down. But they just needed to pick up plenty of bonus points. The problem was against Yorkshire and Essex, they picked up, I think, 5 points in the 2 games.
Revis is in, and that's dropped into the onside. Thompson Fields, no run.
I can't believe the new ownership at Hampshire would be very happy if they go down.
No. Going back to that Durham game, because you forget, now I've got a notebook here, Yorkshire were 157 runs in front with 6 wickets down at the point things came to an end, but there had been weather affected during that game. There's certainly points-wise, I felt like came out of that maybe with more weighting, if you like, than the performance overall had suggested. Revis bowls there and Thompson fields again at mid-on. But it was the following game at Headingley against Warwickshire when they were beaten by 5 wickets, pretty comfortably on the final afternoon. Warwickshire took 20 and Yorkshire just the 2 because they had a point deducted for slow over rate. And again, another just little factor that we're talking about. Revis in again, flicked to the leg this time by Hudson Prentice and fielded once more by Jordan Thompson, and the fact that he's coming into play so much tells you that Matthew Revis is bowling it pretty straight here, and he's just wanting to go the onside of straight. Yeah, and then although they didn't win that game against Essex, they clearly had very much the better of it, which I think was a bit of a boost, because it's not been the happiest of hunting grounds, Chelmsford, for Yorkshire in more recent seasons. Revis in again, that one angled down to Finley Bean at gully by Hudson Prentice, no run. Then they got the Oval for match number 6, that was middle of May, and they were done good and proper by the champions there. An innings and 28 runs, so you start to look back already after your first 6 matches. You've drawn a game you should have won, you've come out on the worst end of a draw against Durham, you've been well beaten by Surrey and very comfortably beaten by Warwickshire, and Hampshire, you've lost that match first up as Revis bowls there, drops into the offside Hudson Prentice, and that's completing the over at 195 for 6. First game of the season at Hampshire, we've already addressed, lose by 5 wickets, but actually came away from that thinking, do you know what, that looks like a comfortable win for Hampshire on paper, and it was pretty much one poor session in the match for Yorkshire which ended up handing the initiative, but it happened to be the first one. They're on the back foot, they clawed their way back into it, but weren't quite good enough. So 6 matches in there, and draws and defeats, and it's not looking great, but then things have picked up.
And I always felt, Doidgy, that the Yorkshire attack would pick up enough wickets and get you back in enough games. That was my feeling. But I'm surprised to see Hampshire, and I am surprised to see Durham. I mean, if it does pan out that the Durham game is drawn and this game is drawn, they are the 2 sides who are going to be fighting it out pretty much next week. In comes Jack White, bowls to Simpson, who plays firmly to mid-on, and it would be that Sussex might, mathematically might need a point or 2. Yorkshire may need a little more, but if Yorkshire were to avoid defeat against Durham would be the important thing, then either Durham or Yorkshire would be safe, and it would all be a matter of how Hampshire get on against Surrey. Comes White around the wicket, bowls, and Simpson carves that one away through the offside. They pick up a single. It's fielded out in the deep, and it's just 1 more to the total. Goes to 196 for 6. One thing that would make me sad in a way if Hampshire did go down. I mean, not necessarily for Hampshire, but certainly for Ben Brown, who was skipper here and a fine stalwart of the club here at Sussex. He's taken over the captaincy down at Hampshire this season, and I'm sure it's not through any lack of effort from Ben, who's a very fine cricketer, but that'll be hugely disappointing for him, I'm sure, on a personal basis if Hampshire were to go down. So for that reason alone, I'd like Hampshire to stay up. Changing the field. Moriarty
is going to mid-off, and Jordan Thompson into the covers. Jack White.
He bowls and Hudson Prentice defends to mid-on. There is no run. Was it my ball or was it yours?
It was yours.
Thank you.
I'm doing this end.
Right.
Sometimes. Yes, Yorkshire lad has messaged in with regard to village names found in both Sussex and Yorkshire, plus nearby places.
Go on.
Burton. In Sussex it's near Petworth and Duncton. In Yorkshire it's near Constable Burton and Fingal. Fingal.
Comes Whitekin bowls. Hudson Prentice stylishly drives into the covers. There is no run.
Eastbourne. In Sussex near Pevensey and Willingdon. In Yorkshire near Darley and Burstwith. That's Harrogate way. Hampstead. Sussex near Uckfield and Buxted. Yorkshire near Thirsk and South Kilvington.
Someone knows their geography.
I think it... No. He's a clever lad, is Yorkshire lad.
He is.
Has he done his full research on this, or is it AI generated?
Good question. That's scary. In comes White over the wicket poles. Doesn't he take a step down the wicket and drives to mid-wicket, and again there is no run, so it remains 196 for 6.
He'll be very honest when he responds. Rotherfield in Sussex is near Crowborough or Mayfield, and Mayfield. Rotherfield in Yorkshire is near Ripon and Bishop Monkston. Beckley near Rye and is it Northiam? Northiam. And Yorkshire near Helmsley and Pockley.
White bowls. Hudson Prince, that's a no ball. Hudson Prince defends out into the offside, so the Sussex cause is advanced by 2 runs. Sure, could go up to 198 for 6.
Pulborough.
Yes.
Near Storrington and West Chiltington, and in Yorkshire it's near Boroughbridge and Martin cum Grafton. I once played football there, Martin cum Grafton.
You know you're right. You know you're racing, Doyd. You used to train at Pulborough.
In
comes White bowls. Hudson Prince defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Go on.
Yeah, Bruce said it as though it was,
Guy Howard.
It's just coming through the. Yeah.
And who was
Guy
their
Howard.
stable jockey for many years?
Oh. Greville Starkey.
Good call. Yes, he was indeed. There used to be a pub on the river there, actually, the Swan. A lot of the jockeys used to go in there at Pulborough. It's not there anymore. Like so many pubs, he's long gone. Yeah.
I don't know. Is Greville still around?
I don't know. I'm sure he won the Derby on one occasion, Greville Starkey.
He was certainly, I think I'm right in saying, hammered for not winning a Derby as well.
Oh, maybe that was it. I don't know. But there was, yeah.
Hammered by the press and
really?
the punters.
Right.
Sutton is the other name. Near Seaford and Alfriston.
Alfriston, yeah.
Yeah. And in Yorkshire near Sutton Bank and Sutton on the Forest. Here is Matthew Revis bowling to John Simpson, who pushes 1 out into the offside. 199 for 6. Sussex going to be the first team to rack up 200. I say rack up, probably not the right expression, because it sounds like you're piling it on, and it's been more of a trickle than a pile on.
Do you think, I mean, I'm sure there'll be, the coaches on both sides will be looking at these other games, Doidgy, and doing their maths. I'm sure there's quite a bit of that going on at the moment in terms of what's the best outcome. I mean, obviously, clearly the best outcome is to win this game, but it might well be a draw is not the worst for both.
Revis in, short of length, Hudson Prentice over the top of it. Do you want to repeat the question?
Were you not listening?
No.
I said I'm sure the coaches of both sides are sitting up there. Are you taking the mickey out of me?
No.
Okay.
I just genuinely wasn't listening.
I'm sure there's some maths going on and looking at these other games and who can score what and who's doing what and who's playing to see what may or may not be needed next week. Yeah,
there'll be a bit of that going on as Revis bowls and Hudson Prentice defends. I wasn't listening,
I understand.
because I'd gone for the Greville Starkey
Had you?
just to check up that I was right. He did die he died in 2010. He said, I can't remember these things anymore. I mean, I would have known that at the time. I just can't remember that sort of information. And when I was younger, it would have been off part, no problem. So, yeah, he won the Oaks in 64 and 78. As Hudson Prentice punches quite firmly, but straight to point. No run. He won the Derby on Shirley Heights in 78.
Oh, yeah, I thought he'd won the Derby. Yeah, was that for Guy Harwood?
Good question. Can't remember. I was quite a lot younger then.
Well, you'd have been into your 20s.
And also, my focus used to be on jump racing because that took place in the cricket season. I was always crickety things. Pushed up to mid-off this time by Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. John Dunlop trained Shirley Heights.
Right, okay.
John Dunlop, of course, trained at
Arundel.
Hold on. Yeah, unfortunately cancer claimed Greville Starkey at the age of 70. 11 winners short of 2,000 in his career. As another delivery from Revis in pretty much the same spot. He's just eased out square on the offside, and there is no run. I'm just going to check back in, but Dancing Brave comes to mind.
Yeah.
While you do this next over.
That's all right. Yeah. Sorry, it sounds like a racing programme. We were a bit like this yesterday, weren't we? But Dancing Brave, when he ran in the Derby, there was another horse in that race as well, and there was two of them. It was Dancing Brave and another, and they were going sort of head to head in various events at that time. I forget the name of the other horse. As far as cricket's concerned, Sussex are 199 for 6, leading by 5, and John Simpson still going along nicely, 59 not out. And it's going to be Jack White who's resuming from the Cromwell Road and round the wicket bowls to Simpson, who defends out into the offside, and there is no run. Well, we'll keep you up to date with these other scores, notably the game at the Oval, because obviously that's going for the county championship, where Surrey, Bruce said someone will come to the party for Surrey, and they certainly are. 55 without loss, needing another 260 for victory. Burns on 35, Sibley on 15.
Shahrastani was the winner of that Derby 86. Yeah, and it was
Walter Swinburne, I think.
It was Greville's tactics that were hammered.
Here comes White, bowls to Simpson, plays onto the onside, no run. Who rode Shahrastani? Was it Swinburne?
It would have been Swinburne, wouldn't it? Yeah, in the Aga Khan colours. So that 86 Derby, he didn't get up, did he? On Dancing Brave, and everyone, the best horse in the race. I think he went on to prove that he was the best horse in the race, but he came second. Exaggerated waiting tactics.
Right.
And so lost the ride.
I think he might have gone on to win the Arc, I don't know, I can't remember.
Pat Edery.
There we go. In comes White around the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who defends into the offside. No run. It doesn't look as like Worcestershire are going to be doing Durham any favours up at the Riverside. Worcestershire 406 for 6. So batting on and on are Worcestershire. Gareth Roderick 122 not out. And down at Taunton, Hampshire have lost another wicket. They're 150 for 7. Washington bowled by Leach. Jack Leach has picked up 5 for 48 in his 21 overs. All 7 wickets have gone to spinners. The other 2 wickets taken by Archie Vaughan. White is halfway in, then decides he hasn't got his run up right, and so does a 360 and goes back to his mark. Off for the day, Edgbaston. Virtually no play today. I don't think there was any play actually. 325 for 5 for Essex. So we've been quite lucky to get the play we have here. In comes White, bowls to Simpson. I think he played that into his pad, and the ball bounced out into the offside, and there is no run. If you're just joining us, we started at 11:45 this afternoon, or this morning. So that's 84 for 4 at the close, and with the floodlights on and really grey, heavy overhead conditions, look like good bowling conditions, but Sussex primarily through Simpson, who's 59 not out. Tom Alsop made 36, and Jack Carson 22 have Riddle battled away and have got Sussex into this lead of just 5 runs, as in comes White, bowls Simpson, plays out into the offside looking for the single. It isn't there, and there is no run. I didn't make it. It was T330, 340. So what we'll do, we keep Doidgy going for another 10 minutes, and then we'll bring Bruce in for the half hour before tea, and then I can do my update. Does that sound about right? Doidgy can go and bone up on his racing stats.
I've got to write some actually.
Have you? Oh, right. Okay, that's for meetings coming up. What, this weekend?
It's the big Air Western meeting coming up, the Air Gold Cup Saturday.
All right. Comes White and cut away, misfield by Adam Lythe, who sort of looks at the ground accusingly, and I don't think he's going to get too much sympathy from his colleagues, because he probably should have fielded the ball, and he sort of stamps a divot down as if he's on a golf course. And the Sussex 200 is up, 201 for 6. John Simpson goes to a very well made 61. Hudson Prentice is on 3.
Yeah, he's always been good in the field, Adam. Good grabber, and does well. He goes out in the deep usually if he's dispatched, long on, long off, those sort of places, and good catcher. But it's one of those days today without, it's not been disastrous, has it? But it's just one of those days that probably rather not have had. One going between him and Don Bess at slip, one going down, and another one there just missed.
Les got in touch from Malton a little earlier on today, Doige, and he sent a photograph in.
Okay, Revis is in, and that's turned to mid-wicket. Jordan Thompson round from mid onto field. They get a single there, or Hudson Prentice does.
And this is Kirby Grindell. I don't know how to pronounce that. Anyway, it's St Andrew's Church near Malton in the Yorkshire Wolds. Do you know where that is?
No, it's one of these unfortunate things where you're out of the room and Bruce has already asked me about that.
Thank you, Bruce.
And I had not heard of it. No.
Right, okay. That's fine.
Here comes Revis, and that is pushed back down the pitch. No, Ron, I mean, obviously no excuse for any other county to not know every single village and hamlet, because they're all so small, but Yorkshire is enormous, so it's quite difficult to get your head around all the names there, Harmsey.
I think the light is getting better. I'm looking out to the southwest and there are brighter skies. No, I agree. You can't know everything about Yorkshire, Doige. You know most things.
Here comes Revis again. Simpson defends into the leg side this time. No run. Ben Cliff has just gone. He's just picked the ball up there. He's gone out there to replace somebody as 12th for the short term.
I think the over's gone 61, so we're a good way away from any sort of new ball. Quite surprised maybe that... Don Better's only got one over in the match.
That was just to facilitate a change of ends for the other two.
Whereas we thought yesterday that Jack Carson got a little bit of turn yesterday.
Here's Revis again. That's punched out into the offside for Bean to field. Yeah, it's the questions about the deep and distant pass that you get as well. You're one of the chaps, I forget his name now, apologies. He'll be listening in the museum. Just asked me at lunchtime a couple of questions from the quiz that you had.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Revis is in, and towards the inside of the bat, that from Simpson. Best fields at mid-on, no run.
And apologies actually to those in the museum. I haven't read all the questions out, but sorry, you go, Doige.
Well, he asked me the one about the thing that happened here that's never happened since. The Sussex player, don't know.
The one that perhaps we could throw out there and maybe a point of discussion. I'll read at the end of this over.
Revis is in. That's dropped into the offside this time and been fields again. 202 for 6, a lead of 8 at the end of that 62nd over.
So is it true or false that Yorkshire have played more home championship matches at more grounds than any other county? I would say there's a good list where Yorkshire would have played.
Yeah, there's a good chance of that, isn't there? Because they played 2 Sheffield venues. They've played Scarborough, York,
Middlesbrough,
2 York venues, Middlesbrough, Harrogate,
Hull.
Bradford, Hull, Headingley. Yeah. Circle, as if you're from Hull, the circle.
Is that what it's called?
Circle, but circles if you don't come out that way.
So we've probably rattled off around double figures there.
Yeah, quite a few.
Jack White's carrying on from the Cromwell Road end over the wicket bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays nicely through the covers for 4 runs. Nicely timed by Hudson Prentice. The ball skips away off this immaculate surface at home for 4 runs. Hudson Prentice goes to 8. Sussex 206 for 6. I'm trying to think of another county who might have played a lot of cricket around. I mean, I guess Lancashire have played quite a lot during the years. I mean, Sussex, Bruce, Arundel, Eastbourne, Hastings, Horsham. Wow, Chichester. Wow.
Essex are another one, because Chelmsford wasn't Essex's county ground until the late 60s, early 70s. I used to play a lot of that ground.
In comes White over the wicket bowls. Hudson Prentice plays to backward point. There is right. If they're listening in the museum, and they generally are, I haven't got the answers, but it would be quite nice if anyone is listening just to drop us a line and let us know whether it is true or false that Yorkshire have played at more grounds than anybody else, and if it's false, who has played at the most? Let's say Bruce has rattled off there, pretty much, not far off, 10 or so from a Sussex point of view. White bustling in down the hill. Bowls, Hudson Prentice defends down the ground, and there is no run. I mean, batting has looked. Let's take nothing away from the Sussex batsmen. They've done really well here, but it's sort of always looked more comfortable as the day's gone on, Doig. You know, I was always expecting when we came out this morning. I think we both looked at each other and thought, you know, I wouldn't fancy being in Sussex today under the lights, but they really have applied themselves and got themselves into a lead of 12. White pauses at the end of his run. In and bowls. Hudson Prentice defends into the offside. There is no run. And whilst we were going through the possible outcomes of the various games and the points and who may or may not be safe, of course that doesn't take into account that if one of these two sides were to lose this game tomorrow, that would shift the emphasis enormously. And I think both sides will probably go back tonight and study what's going on and think actually a draw was not a bad result here. But of course they're not thinking like that. They both want to win. White in again, bowls. Hudson Prentice plays to mid-wicket. There is no run, but just maybe it's getting a little easier to bat on. I mean, it's interesting that Johnny Bairstow elected to bat first yesterday. We felt, and let's face it, when Yorkshire was 69 without loss, I don't think many of us foresaw them getting bowled out for 194.
No. So, did it get more difficult to bat? Was the bowling that much better, or was it poor batting?
I thought Sussex bowled well. I have to say, we were talking with Bruce. We thought that Nudcat bowled really well, and he brought the best out of Ollie Robinson as well, and vice versa. White in bowls. Hudson Prentice bat and pad close together, punches into the covers. There is no run. 206 for 6. I think it's time for Jonathan to go and make cups of tea all round, which he hasn't done so far in the first 3 days. So no reason why he might do it now. And Bruce is going to come back and I can get a bit lippy because it's getting towards the end of the season. Oh, right, okay. Thank you, Doigi. Doigi back with us after tea now, because tea is at 3:40 today, after which Jonathan will be... Quite how much play we're going to get later on today is up for grabs. I mean, the light has been like this all day, so it may not make a huge amount of difference, to be perfectly honest. But I think we're going to get a visit from Lewis Hatchet, who is a former Sussex bowler left armour who had to give up the game through injury, who was going to come have a little natter to us as well. So we'll find out what's going on with Lewis. Bruce thinks he may have retired from club cricket as well, but he'll be able to update us as what's been going on in Sussex and who's won the leagues and all the rest of it. So that'll be good to hear. But in the meantime, it's going to be Matt Milnes who's back into the attack from the C end of the ground.
He is, and he's bowling to John Simpson, who's on 61, comes into bowl for Simpson, who pulls down to long leg for a single. 207 for 6.
I'm very impressed by Doigi this week, because he's got his little packet there. He's very organised. He's got a packet of fruit and nuts, which is he's got an elastic band. He's taken a handful. He's got his little tub there of decaffeinated coffee.
Yeah.
But he's also got looks like a big squash bottle now. Either that's got something like Ribena in it, or it's got red wine. I'm not sure.
I think probably squash, but yeah, very organised.
Isn't he?
A nice journal to make all his notes in.
I know. I'm very impressed. But
and look, the thing for his seat.
Yes. In fact, I think his little journal there, I think his green book is a horse racing book.
Oh yeah, Weatherby's annual. Yeah.
Weatherby's, yeah.
Anyway, we'll come on to that in a minute. I've got a question for you, a quiz question. Anyway, in comes Milnes, bowls, and played into the offside squarish of the wicket by Finn Hudson Prentice. Practices the shot. No run. 207 for 6. Sussex leading by 13. It's been quite attritional today, Adrian, but it's been good cricket. It's been absorbing cricket. Not, it's good first division cricket, shall I say. There's been no runs have had to be earned today. It's been good bowling, and Simpson in particular. And to be fair, Alsop and Carson have batted pretty well. Milnes in again to his 14th over and cut by Finn Hudson Prentice, and cut nicely. It's going to go for 4. It is backward of point. There's a man running round there with from our distance looked like a fielder, but not making much of an effort. But it was actually the sub fielder with his yellow bib on, who'd wandered to do the fielding there, but a nice shot by Finn Hudson-Prentice. He moves on to 12. John Simpson is on 62. The Sussex lead is now 17. 44 overs remaining today. Tea's at 3:30, so we've got another 20 minutes or so, and then we'll have quite a long session. But like you said, the light hasn't really changed for the last couple of hours. It's sort of been this, it's not got appreciably darker at all, I don't think.
No.
We might get quite a lot of those overs in. Milnes in bowls and defended off the outside edge of the bat by Finn Hudson-Prentice. Goes past second slip. That's going to race up the hill for 4. The outfield is remarkably quick.
It is.
We talked about this earlier. It's in great condition. 4 runs to Finn Hudson-Prentice. Just angled in on his pads, opened the blade. Nicely played down there to the spectators watching in the at the Cromwell Road end. Not a big crowd in today, but as we've said, it's only one more day of cricket here at Hove. It's unusual, actually. I can't remember the last time, you might know this, Armsy, when Sussex didn't play their last game of the season at Hove. It does tend to be here, doesn't it? They don't tend to play their last game away. Unusual. In comes Milnes and bowls. No shot offered by Finn Hudson-Prentice. No run.
And just now and again, Bruce, it does seem to get considerably lighter, and now is one of those phases. It's a lot brighter momentarily. Just to say, Jack Leach has picked up a 6th wicket down at Taunton, 6 for 65. Hampshire won 68 for 8, and I'd be very surprised if Somerset don't enforce
The fuller
one down there. And
yeah.
that could be bad news for...
Because Somerset were looking, well, certainly should be looking to finish 3rd. They might, I don't know what the gap is between them and whoever is 2nd after the Surrey Notts game finishes. Comes in again and bowls, and nicely played again into the offside by Finn Hudson-Prentice. Gives himself a little bit of room to play that to deep point. Picks up a single, they jog through. End of the over, 216 for 6. And the lead now is 22. Hudson-Prentice on 17, John Simpson on 62.
And I've been very impressed. I mean, there have been occasions, as we've said a couple of times today, Sussex started off the season very well, making plenty of runs and winning 3 of those opening 7 games. But the batting, Paul Farbrace is always very honest, and he was clearly very unhappy with the performance of Scarborough and indeed the performance here against Essex, which got Sussex, slipping down the table rather alarmingly. And even last week, when we spoke to him after the game against Hampshire, he didn't pull any punches and said, the top order, I can't remember his exact words, but the runs were required from the top order. Now, that hasn't quite happened, but certainly they've got their heads down, haven't they? And John Simpson, who's been this sort of marvellous acquisition for Sussex over the last couple of seasons, is certainly doing his bit, leading from the front. He's on 62, 216 for 6, as Bruce was saying. The lead is 22, and Sussex sort of edging towards a batting bonus point.
I haven't had one of those for a while.
No, and they're pretty scarce in September. It's going to be Jack White with 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 43, running in down the hill to bowl to Hudson-Prentice, who's hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal, turned down though by umpire Chantry at the far end of the ground. I remember when we were down at the Utilita Bowl when Sussex won that game on the wicket that subsequently got deducted points, and Paul Farbrace saying he can't understand why Finn Hudson-Prentice has never made a first-class 100. And he really batted well down at Hampshire. And
it might be a bit of a blow to his pride, actually, going down one slot in the order here, and he's thinking, well, actually, I've got John Simpson's doing well at the other end. This is an opportunity for me.
White in bowls. Hudson-Prentice lets it go outside the off stump, no run. And he's a good player, Finn, and totally. And he's a very stylish player, isn't he? Particularly off the front foot through the covers.
Good strong through the offside. One of these questions in the cricket quiz intrigued me, and I straight away, when you know what it's like, you see a question, you think, I know that's the answer. The question was, Yorkshire have never fielded a Sussex-born player in Championship cricket, true or false? And the first person I thought of, I'll give you the name in a minute.
Here comes White, bowls, forward comes Hudson-Prentice, plays into the offside, no run.
Was Andrew Hodd.
Right, keeper.
Born in Chichester.
Right.
I wasn't sure about that one. I thought he may have been born somewhere else, but I've just looked him up. So Hoddy was born in Chichester. So there you go.
So that's one of the ones we got right.
Not bad. 1 out of 10.
Some of them are really hard. Actually, so if they are listening in the museum, and they generally do have the commentary on, if you could let us know whether they got the answer to number 10 and number 9 would be very useful. You can let us know as in comes White bowls, Hudson Prentice solidly forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. I can see the volunteers from the museum are actually sat behind their trestle table, Bruce. I don't know if they can see the action from there, because the corner of the pavilion is sort of in the way.
Not a great view, to be honest.
No, they haven't got
Side on.
I think there's 5 guys there, maybe ladies are all
Isn't too far where they're sitting now from where the press box used to be.
right.
But in fact, 2 press boxes here have been in that corner of the ground.
Yeah, it's better now, Bruce. I'm sure. In comes White bowls to Hudson Prentice on the back foot. He rocks back and plays that to mid off, and there is no run. We're keeping an eye on events as well at the Oval, where Surrey are 66 without loss. Still needing another 249 to beat Nottinghamshire. I know you primarily cover Sussex, Bruce, but you do occasionally get called up to the Oval to cover some cricket. What's been your impression of Surrey this season?
Not quite as good as in the past. Topic we'll talk about in a minute, actually, after this delivery.
White in bowls, Hudson Prentice defends into the offside. That's a made over from Jack. Sussex 216 for 6, Hudson Prentice on 17, John Simpson on 62.
When Surrey played here in April, the pitch was this wicket actually.
Yes,
that
it
they're
was.
playing on this week, and was very, very flat. And Gareth Batty made the point. I think that was their second away game. The first game away had been a draw as well, and he made the point that he thinks that teams are are using home advantage to prepare really flat wickets to negate Surrey's seam bowling strength. That was certainly the case in that game, which has meant they're not being quite as quite as strong as they have been in the past. Obviously, they've got a fantastic depth of squad. They can change their 11 around quite a lot, especially the bowlers, and not lose any strength. I think the surprise, maybe Surrey perhaps haven't dropped off that much, but how good Notts have been and how they've been able to sustain their challenge for the whole of the season. Anyway, Matt Milnes is coming in again to bowl to John Simpson, facing his 121st ball of this innings, and he plays that back down the pitch and just practices the shot. We've omitted to mention, amid all the talk about the county championship today, Adrian, that there is a T20 ODI taking place.
There is. Are they playing?
And they certainly are. And Ireland, batting first, put in 196 for 3.
Wow.
Not a bad score. England 18 without loss halfway through their second over. So I think it's quite a small ground at Malahide. So anyway, Milton again, Barnes and Simpson backing across and into line and plays that back down the pitch.
Will Joyce be involved with Cricket Ireland?
I think he's coach of the Ireland women's team. That's the last I heard.
Right, okay.
Player you remember, obviously, as I do, a super player, Ed was.
Was he? Lovely bloke, yeah. Actually, just coming back to what you were saying there, Bruce, we'll come back to Surrey. One of the advantages that Sussex did have this season is that they only played Surrey and Notts once. Well,
and Essex only once.
Yeah.
Didn't have to go to Chelmsford. They have been a little bit, luck of the draw, isn't it? But they have been probably a little bit fortunate with the fixtures. They might not get that next year. The next ball from Milnes is a short ball which Simpson ducks under, goes through at no great pace. Dot ball, 216 for 6.
Does that make that a better achievement for Surrey, though? The fact that if sides are preparing pitches which nullify the Surrey attack and having to work harder, they're sort of pretty much having to win every game at the Oval.
Yeah. Well, they've got a good formula. Obviously, they leave grass on the wicket. The team, I think it's only happened once in the last 2, maybe even 3 years, that the team who've won the toss at the Oval have batted first, have all tended to bowl first. In comes Milnes, and that's spear down the leg side, helped on its way by John Simpson. Was that off the pad or the bat? Probably the bat. Anyway, 4 been signalled, and Simpson moves on to 66, 220 for 6. Been a good over so far from Matt Milne, but that one he speared well down the leg side, and John Simpson said thank you very much, came down the wicket, did a bit of gardening, and Sussex 220 for 6. So yeah, I think Surrey not quite as they were last year, and I think Notts have, I'll have to look at the table, I think Notts have actually won more games. I think they may have won 5 to Surrey's 4, I'm not sure.
Double check.
Milnes in again, bowls, and Simpson defends that into the onside this time, and it's fielded at mid-wicket by Finn Bean.
I have to get up early in the morning to catch you out, Bruce Talbot. You're quite right. Notts 5, Surrey 4.
Yeah, so I think Notts have probably lost a couple of games, but I don't think Surrey have lost yet, have they?
Lots have lost one, and Surrey have yet to lose.
Yeah.
And do you, because they do get a bad rap, Surrey, don't they? They say, oh, they bring in the overseas players, but they still bring out the. And there's some youngsters they're bringing through who are very good players. You know,
They've got a great, production line of young cricketers. It's probably born out of jealousy as much as anything else. I mean, they've got they're obviously a wealthy county. They've got a fantastic ground. They're in an area of the country which, where they can generate revenue at 365 days of the year. There's a lot in Surrey's favour, but you've got to admire what they've done there. So if they win the title, 4 years in a row, that's pretty special.
And actually, I was looking at some of the younger players. There's this young, is it Ollie Sykes? Sykes is coming through, and there's another lad who's Jimmy White's grandson.
Yeah, I was reading about him at the weekend. Yeah, I can't remember his name, but he scored runs for England under 19s, I think, this year, or England under 17s. Yeah. So, a lot of good, private schools in Surrey that provide players, and they, in terms of their overseas. I mean, there's obviously Dan Worrell, who's now English qualified, but they haven't relied on too many overseas players in the last couple of years. They had the West Indian guy at the start of the year, Kemar Roach, but he was probably, I would say, watching him at the start of the season, not quite as he has been, and he played 2 or 3 games, but then that was it for him. But they've got a great addition to their attack actually this year. A guy that Yorkshire listeners will know well is Matt Fisher.
Yeah. Don Bess is into the attack. We're going to see some spin bowls to Hudson Prentice, plays out into the offside. There is no run, and something that you may not know. I may be talking nonsense, but I'll just come back to it in a minute. As Bess is on his way again, bowls, and Hudson Prentice uses his feet and drills the ball back down the ground. Bess down very quickly to his right to field off his own bowling, and there is no run, just the one slip. Yorkshire here will be keen not to concede too much of a lead, because if we were to get a 4-day tomorrow, they won't want to suddenly find themselves losing quick wickets. If who knows where the game might go. Bess bowls to Hudson Prentice, clips onto the onside, there is no run, so he's just being a little cautious here, Bairstow. Got 3 men saving 1 on the off, 3 on the leg. He's got a sweeper on the cover boundary, and a deep mid wicket as well. Bess will rattle through his overs as we approach tea at 22-4, comes in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice is bowled. Having said how well he was batting, Don Bess picks up a wicket. We wonder why he hadn't bowled. Now we'll have to see if that one turned, Bruce.
I think he might have,
because Hudson Prentice looked surprised, and the 7th wicket goes down. Let's just see this again. Bess from the Cromwell Road end. Oh yeah, it did.
It turned a lot.
That turned a mile, which makes you wonder why Johnny Bairstow hadn't turned to Don Bess before, because we thought yesterday that Jack Carson turned a couple,
That one turned appreciably, didn't it?
Yes, it did. Yeah,
that was probably 9 inches outside off stump, and it's come back and hit the top of the off pole. And Hudson Prentice, well, he was like the rest of us, quite surprised. It really jagged back sharply. It's a good ball from Don Bess. And in his second over, he bowled 1 over before lunch to necessitate a change of ends. And it was at this end, at the C end. He's bowling at the Cromwell Road end, and ends a very useful little partnership there. Hudson Prentice goes to 17.
Well, he does, and it makes you wonder why we're in the 67th over of this innings that Don Bess has only bowled once. So maybe Johnny Bairstow might think, actually, maybe I should have bowled Don Bess a little earlier. Now, I'm not sure who's going to come out next. It looks like it's Ollie Robinson, but I think there'll be a good case in terms of batting prowess this season for Sean Hunt to come ahead of Ollie, because Ollie Robinson really hasn't had a great season with the bat, but it is Ollie Robinson, who we all know can bat, but hasn't really done so in recent seasons. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about, because I ought to know this and I don't. Is there a salary cap? Is there an amount that counties can spend on players, Bruce, which gives the larger counties an advantage, or how
there is a salary cap, yeah.
Right.
I don't know, is it £2 million?
Right.
Might be.
But I think someone was saying to me, yes, but one of the things is that if you have a lot of players away on central contracts, that doesn't come into the equation. I don't know how true or false that is.
I think that's the case as well, yeah.
So whilst Surrey might have stacks of money, they can't just go and buy who they like in, because you can't exceed that 2 million. But
they lose a lot of players to England, don't they?
Yes.
I mean, the Currans don't play a great deal of cricket at all for Surrey. And Sam Curran was captain, I think. Was he captain? He certainly played in the T20 this year.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he did.
And so did Tom for a little bit. But they do lose them for certain periods of the season.
Yeah.
Ollie Pope, obviously.
Smith.
Jamie Smith.
Jacks must
Will
be.
Jacks.
He's probably got a white ball contract, I would imagine. So that's perhaps how Surrey are able to juggle the numbers so that you keep within the legal the limits.
And also, they recruit well. Like we talked about Fisher there, Jordan Clark they got from Lancashire a few years ago. Terrific signing he's been.
Bess in bowls to Robinson, who sort of squirts that one away on the offside. There is no run. Doyd, you will remember last year up at Scarborough where Ollie Robinson and Johnny Best had a bit of a spat, didn't they? Do you remember? In comes Best bowls. Robinson is hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal, not upheld by umpire Chantry, and there is no run. End of the over. 2:20 for 7. Simpson 67. Robinson hit a score from memory. I think there'd been something going on during the game. And do you remember Ollie Robinson dropped an absolute a simple catch? I think he dropped Bairstow actually. And Bairstow was making Ollie Robinson aware that it was a fairly straightforward chance that he'd put down. Anyway, 2:20 for 7. The Sussex lead is at 26. And John Simpson carries on.
And Milnes looks like he's going to continue as well from the C end into his 16th over, 3 for 79.
Just herself for bad light at the Oval. Surrey 66 without loss, needing another 249 to win.
The wickets at the Oval do tend to get better to bat on, to be fair. On the third and fourth days they're normally pretty good. So Milnes in to bowl to Simpson, who plays that back down the pitch. There's no run.
Hampshire bowled out for 172 at Taunton. Jack Lee finishing with 7 for 69.
So what's the deficit there?
The deficit there, Bruce, is 282. I would have thought with a day to go, Somerset would enforce the follow on there.
Yeah.
And that could be really bad news for Hampshire.
They've got a one-day final on Saturday, haven't they? Hampshire, they won the Blast on last Saturday.
Yes,
they got to the
did.
final of the Blast. They didn't win it. Milnes in again, bowls, and Simpson plays that nicely off the back foot, but it's well fielded there in the covers by Don Bess.
Excellent.
Terrific bit of fielding. That looked like it'd gone past him. Was going to go for 4, and he gets a little pat on the hand from one of his colleagues, Matt Revis, coming in from the boundary to congratulate his teammate. That's a lovely bit of fielding, and that just gets the levels up again, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
In the field, among the fielding team.
Good stop.
It was travelling. It's a good shot. As Milnes comes in past the umpire, bowls to John Simpson, who's back in defence, deep in his crease, and just plays that into the offside. No run.
And up at the Riverside, looks like a flat deck there. Worcestershire 422 for 6, just batting on and on. Probably see no reason to declare, to be honest. And with a day to go, even if they decided to forfeit innings, and there's no suggestion that's going to happen, difficult to score that many runs in a day. So that does look. It doesn't look like Durham are going to pick up more than 9 points in that game.
Well, they may feel, we can take it to the last game and go to Headingley and win there. With Mark Wood in the team, possibly. Milnes in again to bowl to Simpson. Squared up a little bit there, aiming out towards mid-wicket. Ball ends up dribbling out into the offside. No run.
We may get a blast of music in our ears shortly, Bruce. Just to warn you. We'll
Do we have to identify the tune? Name that tune.
Probably be ABBA.
Right.
But
Wednesday afternoon. Yeah, probably will be ABBA, won't it?
But just so that you know.
Okay.
It's got lighter again, hasn't it?
It has, yeah, a little bit. Yeah, probably as light as it's been all day. Matt Milnes past the umpire, comes in and bowls, and Simpson looking to force that through the offside. Thuds into his pad, rolls a few yards in front of him, and there is no run. They've done well today, I think, the Yorkshire bowlers. There's not a lot in the wicket, but I think they've stuck to their task. Matt Milnes, I've been impressed with. Jordan Thompson, George Hill, they've got a decent seam attack. You would have thought next week in good bowling conditions that they would fancy their chances of bowling Durham out twice, and then it's down to their batters to do the job. Milnes past the umpire Lungley, and in defence is John Simpson, deep in his crease. Maiden over. Good over from Matt Milnes.
Tidy, isn't he?
He's got 3 for 79 from 16 overs, 220 for 7.
So we're going for an update to the cricket. Just to let you know, Bruce was saying Ireland 196 for 3 against England. England 62 without loss in 3 overs and 4 balls. Phil Salt 33 in 13 balls. 4 fours, 2 sixes. He is in some form, Phil Salt.
Yeah.
Formerly of this parish, which,
Yeah.
you know, another one who's gone.
One that gone away. One that
Yeah.
got away. The innings last Friday was absolutely fantastic.
Crumbs.
I mean, when he's in form, when he gets going, he's such a destructive player.
I mean, he was really given his chance down here, wasn't he, by Jason
And
Gillespie?
he made championship hundreds, if you remember.
Yes,
a couple, didn't he?
I remember one here against Derbyshire. He
yeah.
smacked Lockie Ferguson all round the ground. Don Bess for the Cromboy, opposed to Ollie Robinson. I think that was a full toss, and Robinson plays it all along the carpet to the fielder on the cover boundary. And one to him, he's on his way. 221 for 7. Lead is 27. Yes, and yeah, great shame that he had to. I remember interviewing Phil actually up at Durham before Jason Gillespie arrived at the club, and he made some runs in a sort of end of season game. As in comes Bess around the wicket, bowls, and Simpson defends into the offside. I'll just get this update out of the way and I'll tell you more.
Latest then from the cricket. Adrian Harms is watching the third day of Sussex's game against Yorkshire at home.
Yes, and we've been very lucky here today with the weather. We've played under floodlights for pretty much the entire day. It's very gloomy here at Hove, but Sussex have had a good day. They're 221 for 7, very much led by their skipper John Simpson, who is 66 not out. Sussex leading here by 27 runs, and we've got another 39 overs, would you believe, left in the day. Meanwhile, up at the Oval, they're off for bad light, but that game is starting to reach a conclusion. Surrey 66 without loss. They need another 249 to win, and almost certainly with it would win their 4th county championship in a row. I'm afraid up at Grace Road, no cricket today because of rain. Kent, if they play tomorrow, will resume on 17 without loss. And as I'm talking to you, Adam, John Simpson is out. He's been bowled by Don Bess for 66, so Sussex now 221 for 8. So Bess comes into the attack and picks up 2 wickets in 2 overs, which makes you wonder whether Jack Carson might quite enjoy himself second. Let's see if this turns. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. That turned a long way. And John Simpson's innings comes to an end. Well, we did, you know, we're not just saying this with hindsight. We did say a little earlier on today, a little surprise that Don Bess hadn't bowled.
Well, Carson, like you said, he turned a couple yesterday, didn't he? Got a couple of wickets at the end, admittedly tail enders, but that's a fine innings by John Simpson in the circumstances. 66 of 136 balls. He's been there for 3 hours and 20 minutes. A great innings and much needed in the circumstances that he and Sussex found themselves when he came into bat late last night when they were 84 for 4. He departs with the score on 221, 66 of 136 balls, and he was out there for 200 minutes. So Sussex's lead is now 27. Jack Carson will be very interested to watch those replays of those 2 Don Bess wickets, because certainly that one was a good ball. Beat the defensive shot, just did enough off the straight to hit the off stump, and the one before turned appreciably. Maybe that came out of the footmarks, I don't know, but a good double breakthrough by the Yorkshire off spinner.
Well, I think you're right, Bruce, and I think James Carson might be interested as well. Sussex always going to... Paul Farbrace always says everyone knows how we're going to play because Sussex always play 2 spinners.
Yeah.
Just going back to Phil Salt, I remember he made some runs up at Durham in an end of season game, I don't know, 50 or 60 odd, and I interviewed him, and he said to me, I've probably got the interview somewhere, sometimes I just want a chance.
Yeah.
He wanted to stay at Sussex, he just wanted a chance. In comes Bess, bowls, forward comes Sean Hunt, prods out into the offside, and there is no run. So good over from Don Bess, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 8, and at that stage there was a lot of talk, Bruce, that he was going to leave Sussex. Glamorgan was being mooted as somewhere where he was likely to go. Jason Gillespie came, got him into the side, got him opening the batting. We all thought, oh crumbs, that's a change for Phil. And to be honest, he hasn't looked back.
No,
and
he
it's
hasn't.
and he's certainly one that got away here from home, albeit under previous regimes. But whenever I see Phil scoring runs, I think,
If only.
if only. Yeah. But there you go.
Matt Milnes is going to continue.
I see he's not out. Josh Butler's out. England 74 for 1 after 4 overs and 4 balls.
Milnes comes in around the wicket bowls to Robinson, who takes a step forward and then an exaggerated defensive shot down the pitch, back between his legs. Interesting what the tactics are going to be here now. I'm not sure that Robinson will hang around for too long. Sean Hunt, we've seen, has got first class 50 back at number 11 this year.
Yes.
So, and he's definitely worth promotion to number 10. You could argue he's probably worth number 9, but see what they're up to as Milnes comes in, and Robinson just plays that off Midland leg line into mid-wicket, no run.
I just noted Matt Milnes then sort of running back to his mark, and I just glanced at the scoreboard. The over 8 is -1, which shouldn't be a huge concern, but at this stage of the season, I mean, Sussex will be -2 when they come back out to bowl.
Yeah.
No one wants to be throwing away points on slow over 8s.
No, absolutely not. Milnes up to the wicket, past the umpire and bowls, and pulled by Ollie Robinson into the deep,
Well fielded.
and well fielded out there on the boundary in front of the scoreboard at deep square leg by Matthew Revis, diving to his right, saved an almost certain 4. Robinson hit that very, very cleanly. Short ball, which he pulled and had under control, and Revis scrambling to his right hand side pulled off a really good stop. Short boundary on that side, isn't it? The wicket is this wicket is not one of the central. It's
No.
in the central bit, but it's probably maybe 2 or 3 to the right as we look. If you know your ground here at Hove, so there is it's not a big boundary over towards the scoreboard. Hunt on strike now to Milnes, down the leg side, threads into the pads, no run.
I think they also might be very keen. Here he's running back again. I think they might be quite keen to get another over here in here before tea if they can, Yorkshire, just to
Yeah, fancy Don Best fancies another over.
I think he probably does. They might
What,
get
we're a
it.
minute and a half to go, two balls of this over remaining. Milnes bustles in again and bowls to Sean Hunt, who defends, and out into the backward point, no run.
He's running back again, look. There you go.
2:28,
clock's-
2:22 for 8.
It's clicked over to 15:39 on the digital clock.
I think that they'll probably get another over in. Sean Hunt had his he quite late getting back into position, but he's here now to face this ball. He plays it nicely into the leg side, but they don't go for a single. There would have been a single there, but Ollie Robinson doesn't want to expose his junior partner to the last over, which Don Bess will bowl. He's walking over now quite briskly to give his cap to umpire Jack Shantry at the far end there. 2:22 for 8 in the 70th over.
Sorry, Bruce. Despite my rather tactless suggestion that Jonathan might go and make some tea, he clearly hasn't. So one more over and we'll have to go and make our own.
I think he's sorting out his accumulator for
Is it?
for Kelso, the evening meeting at Kelso.
Dear, oh dear.
Anyway, that's the question I was going to ask. First class cricket ground where they played first class cricket inside a racecourse.
Oh, in comes Best, bowls to Robinson, plays onto the onside. There is no. I was going to say Goodwood, but it wouldn't be. I know they play cricket at Goodwood, but not on the racetrack.
Still more recent than Derby.
In comes
Not that recent.
Robinson. Has played first class cricket inside the racetrack in Sussex.
No, not Sussex.
Oh,
no.
right, okay.
Sorry, it's not Sussex, not Yorkshire.
Right, okay. All right, we'll keep that hanging for a bit, Bruce.
Okay.
Our listeners might like that. That's a good question. Bess in bowls Robinson. We said he wouldn't hang around, and he used his feet, and he's drilled that to mid-off. They take a single, does Robinson. He goes to 2. And Sussex to 2:23 for 8. So how about that for a question from Bruce? First class cricket played inside a racecourse. Also, and roughly how long ago, Bruce?
Oh, probably 40 years ago.
Oh, okay, so not that
Maybe
long ago.
maybe mid the 70s, maybe.
Bess again bowls to Hunt, who beats Best.
It's not a ground that the county concerned use anymore.
Right, okay, that's a nice clue. I think this might be. I think this game is far from over. You know, if we get a appreciable amount of cricket over the next day or so, Bess again, but that's not a great delivery. Rather dragged that down and pushed it through. Hunt played down into the leg side, no run. It's got very gloomy again now, I have to say. I can see the sort of heated lights are on over in the sort of players' club bar over there. Bess in again, bowls. Hunt defends down the onside. There is none. I think it's more of a corporate hospitality tent. Anyway, that is going to be tea. 223 for 8. Robinson at 3. Hunt is yet to score. I think we have to say, Bruce, that that's very much Sussex's session.
Yeah, it started with them on 126 for 5. They've obviously scored 97 runs in that session. It's never been easy because the bowling has been very good, but John Simpson, until he got that ball in the penultimate over from Don Bess, which turned a lot to hit his off stump, had played superbly well. Really good innings by the captain. I think it's 60 first class 50s. That's not bad for a wicketkeeper. He's had a really good season again. The step up from Division 2 to Division 1 hasn't really affected him at all in terms of his batting, and I think as well in terms of his wicketkeeping, which has been pretty flawless again all season. So 223 for 8. Ollie Robinson is 3 not out. Sean Hunt is yet to score. 2 wickets left for Sussex. What will be the tactics after team? We'll find out. I suspect that they won't hang around. They'll want to maybe get this, if they could get this lead up to, I don't know, 75. Is that unrealistic with 2 wickets to go? Perhaps not. But that would certainly put Sussex in a decent position. I think there are 11 overs left until the new ball. That might be another factor for Sussex to consider. But to 223 for 8 at tea, Sussex, they lead by 27, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes' time to continue.
you're absolutely auditioning for the ECB's light inspector job or director of light operations or something like that.
That'd be a good job, wouldn't it? Be sort of based on Lords, 100 grand a year.
It'd be a tough job. You'd have to sit in a box all day, wouldn't you, watching the light.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, it would be stressful, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah.
We need a training course for it first, and obviously some backroom staff as well.
I'd probably need, that's right, yeah, a bit of training, and probably wouldn't be able to do it for a few months, I would have thought.
You'd need a mole partner there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. So an introduction period. George Hill is going to get us underway. From the sea end of the ground, he's going to bowl to Ollie Robinson, who is 3 not out. Before tea, we saw Don Best turn a couple of balls very sharply as George Hill is running in, and umpire Lungley says, "Oh, we're not all ready yet." Well, I don't know who wasn't ready. I think, I think Ollie Robinson was ready. Maybe there was a bit of chitter-chatter in the slips. Adam Lythe is standing with his hands tucked deep into his pockets as Hill is in bowls to Robinson, who's on his way after tea, clipping it nicely into the onside and picking up a single fielded by Jordan Thompson, who's got a white towel hanging out the back of his trousers. So the lead is 30. I have to say, Doige, it just occurred to me in this light again, that I'm not sure that Yorkshire will be desperately keen to face a Nugcat and Robinson in this,
No.
I mean, I'm not saying the Yorkshire bowlers aren't high quality, but Robinson and Nugcat are, a left-arm seamer and someone with the skill of Robinson. It could be quite a handful, In comes Hill, bowls, and Hunt defends down the onside of the track, no run.
I've got with the angle of the Combox screen here. One of the lights above is right in my line. It's almost like just about spot on, halfway up middle stump is the cross point in the reflection. Reminds me of the Golden Shot. You remember that in those days?
Yes, I do.
Bob Monkhouse, Charlie Williams. All right, Flower.
In comes Hill, bowls to Hunt. Players out into the offside. Now, did they used to win some sort of awful? What did they used to win?
I just remember
Was it
left a bit, right a bit, up a bit, down a bit.
Yeah.
There was fire.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. I tell you, we always was it Anne Ashton was the. What are you looking at?
Aston, I think. Yeah.
Is that Gavin Hamilton?
Yeah.
Oh, he's coming round to see you.
Just as we've got back on.
Yeah, he's coming to do in comes Hill, bowls to Hunt, who's beaten outside the off stump, taken by Bairstow, no run.
He's going to do an award-winning interview with me.
He is.
He's interviewing me, though.
Yes. So Doige is going to dip out in a minute, but Lewis Hatchett's going to come and join us shortly. He's just been in touch as Lewis, so we'll have Lewis, Bruce and me.
It's a great name. I want him to be a 1970s central defender, Lewis Hatchet.
Yeah.
Playing alongside Dave Mackay.
Yeah. Or Chopper Harris.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or Tommy Smith. Yeah, one of them. I think Johnny Bairstow's hurt his hand. It was a low delivery that went through, and Bairstow, I'm not sure he's hurt his hand taking that, stopping that ball. It looks a bit uncomfortable. Now the umpire's having a chat. Are we going off a bad light as well? I think we might be,
Well, I mean, look, you've been campaigning for it all day.
I have. This could be my audition to see whether or not I'm going to... The umpires are chatting to Robinson and Hunt. They're going to take a light meter reading, I think. Meanwhile, Johnny Bairstow is getting some attention from the Yorkshire physio. The light meter goes on. The umpires stand and look. And they decide that we are...
Well, obviously, I've got a reading from yesterday, so if it's
below
the
that,
same
we're
or
off.
below, yeah, we'll be off.
And I think the decision is...
Well, let's put it back on again and check again.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Well, in the meantime, Johnny Bairstow gets some attention. Down at the far end, who's that who's practising with...
Don Bess.
Has he got a bat? Has he got Sean Hunt's bat?
No, he's got a stump.
Oh, he's
in
got a
his
stump.
hand.
So he's
and I think he's telling Ollie Robinson and Sean Hunt that he could get more runs with a stump through the onside than they can with a bat. Something like that. He's having a laugh with them anyway.
Or he's practising sort of an 8-iron from 120 yards into the green.
Yes.
Doige's going to... in fact, Johnny Bairstow's still getting that treatment that the Yorkshire physio is on. He looks at a bit of discomfort, Johnny Bairstow. He's putting some tape on his fingers. Wicket-keeper's
Yeah.
fingers often end up gnarled, don't
Well,
they?
he's always got. I mean, if you do ever see him take his glove off, he's always got at least 3 of his fingers seem to be completely taped up with white. Yeah, he's got a left hand in particular is covered.
Yeah. So I think he's okay. He's going to carry on. He's made a tough stuff, is Johnny Bairstow. He puts on his inner. I didn't know they wore inners still these days, but put on his inner glove, and Gavin comes in to join Doige. He's going to go and do his interview.
Yeah, I'll.
Johnny Bairstow looks like he's okay, which is good news. And we're going to get down to... Clearly the light meter has passed the test because we're staying on. And it's going to be George Hill who's going to carry on. 3 slips in place for Yorkshire. Sean Hunt is on strike, yet to score. 224 for 8. As Hill runs away from us up the hill from the C end of the ground. He's in a bowls to Sean Hunt, and Hunt is forward and clips to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Doige's just disappeared to grill Gavin Hampton. Some of the questions he's going to ask, it was... I wonder if he'll have the courage to ask them, Bruce. Good to see Gavin comes into the commentary box. He's going off with Doige, and Bruce is going to come and join us and pick up commentary.
I did a bit more research at tea, Harmsy, about my cricket ground in a racecourse question.
Hill in bowls, Hunt defends into the offside. There is no run. Oh, go on.
Well, the last first-class game at this ground was played in 1983, and one of the protagonists is a very, very famous name associated with the recent-ish history of this club.
Wow.
You're probably none the wiser, but anyway.
I'm not. There's a bit of a debate going on here, Bruce. I'm not sure we're staying on, here, or are we? There seems to be a bit of confusion. Dom Bess is going to bowl the next over.
May well be that maybe they're telling Bairstow you're probably going to have to bowl spin from,
I
from
think,
both ends if you want to stay out here.
Well, Mickey taking apart, I think the light is as bad now as it's been all day.
It has definitely got a bit appreciably worse in the last sort of half hour or so. But we're carrying on. Dom Bess is bowling from the Cromwell Road end. Ollie Robinson on strike, and in comes Bess and bowls that quicker ball, which Robinson turns into the leg side for an easy single to mid-on. Score is 226 for 8. Robinson is on 6. Sean Hunt has yet to score, but he's into strike now. 3 men round the bat, a slip, a leg slip and a short leg as Robinson comes in, and Hunt takes a very big stride forward and pats that back down the wicket. Dom Bess rubs the ball vigorously again on his bottom part of his shirt. Past the umpire comes in and bowls, and that one's a bit fuller in length, but Hunt is well forward and right behind it and not taking any risks here. Sean Hunt just going to do his job, stay in, bat time, add to this lead, which at the moment is 31. Doesn't sound a lot, but in the context of a low scoring game could be absolutely crucial. Bess comes in again and bowls, and this time that's played into the leg side all along the ground by Sean Hunt, who takes a couple of steps away from the wicket, composes his thoughts. 2 balls left of this, the 73rd over, 7 overs until the new ball is due. Bess in again to Hunt, and again Hunt defends, and there is no run. And I've had an email, Adrian, as well about a chap that we were talking about before tea, Jimmy White's grandson.
Yes.
And I'll tell you a little bit more about that as well at the end of the over.
Excellent.
As Bess comes in to complete this over and bowls to Sean Hunt, who once again props forward and defends. 1 run off the over, 225 for 8. Robinson on 5. Hunt has yet to score. Sussex lead by 31. Yeah, Ralphie Albert is the lad that we were talking about earlier. A slow left armer whose grandfather is Jimmy White. This email's come from Hugh Turbeville, the editor of the Cricket magazine. A very nice line here from Hugh. They both have skillful left arms and can make the white ball talk.
Very good. I like that. Well,
he plays for Banstead, made 96. That's what I remember. He made 96 in the One Day Cup against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge a few weeks ago. And he also took 2 wickets in that game, and last month he took 10 wickets in the match for England under-19s against India at Chelmsford. So,
excellent.
Promising cricketer, 17 years old, plays for Banstead. So I think Hugh plays for Caterham, if I'm not mistaken. So who knows? He may even have played against him.
George Hill comes in, bowls to Ollie Robinson, who defends on the onside. No run. What if he plays snooker?
Well, you would have thought so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would.
With those genes, yeah.
Or turns up at the pub and someone says, "Oh, I'll take you on a game of pool, mate." And he says, "Yeah, okay."
Yeah, okay, yeah. Cleans up, yeah. Takes on all comers.
Yeah.
Mind you, he's only 17. He's not allowed in the pub.
But another example, yeah. Well, you can sit in the garden with a Coke and a bag of crisps.
Crisps, yeah.
Hill. In fact, the light has, having said the light's got poor, it looks like it is sort of drifting in and out. It just looked like it maybe had marginally improved. Coming back to your racecourse question, is it a current racecourse, Bruce?
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yep.
I'm floundering somewhat. I'm going to have a guess in a mo.
Okay.
As Hill comes into bowl to Ollie Robinson, who's 5 not out, 225 for 8. Hill in and bowls, and Robinson defends onto the onside. Sometimes when Ollie Robinson bats, he looks like a proper batter, doesn't he? Sometimes he comes in and he plays the most awful shot and you think, what are you doing? But he can bat it.
Of course he can.
It's
Yeah,
incredibly
absolutely.
frustrating. He's looked, very competent here today.
Yeah, I mean, you could bat if Ollie Robinson. If you didn't know and you saw Ollie Robinson come out as he's batted today at number 6, you think, yeah, he's decent. Decent. Totally.
Yep.
Knows one end of a bat from another.
Hill in bowls to Hunt, who's beaten outside the off stump through to Bairstow.
I'll give you another clue on the question.
Is it in Wales?
No.
Right. Okay. I was going to say Chepstow, but
The race course is not in the same county as the county who played there.
You know what, Bruce? These clues on.
I'll put you out of your misery at the end of the next over. All right.
Okay. Hill in the game bowls, and Hunt is squeezing this one down to third man. The ball whistles past the hands of third slip, and it's gone all the way to 4 runs. A fortuitous boundary for Sean Hunt. Sussex go to 230 for 8, a lead of 36. I still maintain this game isn't over, Bruce. I don't think Yorkshire are going to fancy, if we stay on, batting in this light against an Hatchet and Robinson. And if they were to finish today 2 or 3 down, going into tomorrow, and I think the weather forecast is a little better, and with the turn that someone like a Carson might get.
Yeah, we could have a really good finish. And there again, if Yorkshire could set Sussex 150 in 35 overs, they might fancy their chances of bowling us out.
Hill, yeah, in bowls to Hunt, who defends on the onside. That being said, the way things are developing in other games, because unsurprisingly, Somerset having to force the follow-on down at Taunton, Hampshire 24 without loss in their second innings. Need another 258 to avoid an innings defeat. I think, so with a decent forecast tomorrow, yeah, I think Hampshire really backs to the wall. Still off for bad light at the Oval. Surrey 66 without loss, needing another 249 to win. As in comes Hill and bowls, and Hunt defends stoutly down the offside of the track, and there is no run. End of the over. 230 for 8. Robinson 6. Hunt is on 4.
I did Hugh Turberville a disservice. I told everyone he played for Caterham. He's just got back to me and says he plays for Beddingham. So,
okay.
Sorry, Hugh.
Same sort of neck of the woods.
Yeah, similar. Yeah, and all those who play for Beddingham. Anyway, end of the over. 230 for 8. 74 overs. So 6 overs until the new ball. Robinson on 6. Hunt with that first scoring shot.
I think we're going off here.
Andrew. Yeah, there's a fab in the middle. No.
Well, Johnny Bairstow seemed to get in a conversation there between Robinson and Hunt. I'm not quite sure what that's all about, He's not happy, is he? Or is he querying?
He might be querying something. Look, hard to tell, to be honest. I don't think the light has worsened since they looked to sort of 10 minutes ago.
We've got plenty to say here, Bairstow, hasn't he, to Tom Lungley? Quite know what that's about.
Best into bowl, and Robinson is forward this time and plays it into the offside. There's no one within 20 yards of the ball, so they sneak through for a single. 231 for 8. Gets the lead up to 37. That won't please Johnny Bairstow. A couple of fielders on their heels there. Still chuntering away to the umpire.
Yeah.
Maybe it is about the light. I mean, yeah, it's not great, but there you go.
A very suntanned Lewis Hatchet just walked into the commentary.
The legend of St Hill, as they call him in East Grinstead.
So Lewis is going to have a natter to us in a bit. 231 for 8, but it's very gloomy here. Is it me or you, Bruce? It's you,
Yeah,
isn't it?
Bess in to bowl. And that one beats Robinson. I have to look at the replay there.
What if that turned?
Possibly. Leg slip was more excited about that one than Lithe at slip. Let's have a look. Ooh, well, it did a little bit, just squeezed under the back.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go off now, are they? Yes, they are, yeah. Waiting for
Johnny Bairstow is taking the stumps out of the ground.
That's not his job, is it?
I'm not sure that's right.
Possibly there might be a little bit of rain in the air. That might be why there is. Yeah, so they're going to cover the wicket. That's probably what it is. It's a bit drizzly. Yeah, you can tell there's a little bit of rain in the air.
Yeah,
not much, but
this gentleman's got an umbrella up. I can see they're in the southwest corner.
And you do feel that with the skies as dark as they are at the moment, if there's rain and this hangs around for a bit, this might be it for us. 231 for 8 Sussex. They started the day on 84 for 4. So they have added 149 runs so far today. They're not out batsmen at the moment. Ollie Robinson and Sean Hunt. Robinson on 6, Sean Hunt on 4. And earlier today, Sussex lost Tom Alsop for 36, Jack Carson for 22, Finn Hudson-Prentice for 17, John Simpson for an excellent 66. And as we say, Robinson 6 not out, Sean Hunt is 4 not out. The bowling today, Jack White 1 for 43, Matt Milnes has bowled well 3 for 80, George Hill 2 for 39, Don Bess 5 overs, 1 maiden 2 for 10. No wickets for Jordan Thompson or Matt Revis.
Well, Lewis Hatchet has arrived, so I think we can have a bit of a Sussex session here, Bruce, if you've got time to hang around. Bruce, myself, grab up a chair, Lewis, and come and have a natter as the players leave the field for the benefit of the... Yeah, that's right, you can go again. But for the benefit of those listening up in Yorkshire, I hope you won't mind us just indulging a bit of Sussex natter, as Bruce says, as the weather really seems to close in at Hove. Lewis Hatchet, former Sussex bowler, for those who don't know up in Yorkshire. Good to see you. You look very well, Lewis.
Yeah, I'm feeling all right, considering I actually fully bowled my last ball of last week.
Right. Well, Bruce said that he's on the ball. Bruce, I said you were coming in, and he said I said retired from Sussex cricket, and he said I've retired. He's retired from cricket.
Yeah. I was in Australia in January for the Australian Open tennis.
Yes.
And someone had told me, like, when you play cricket, that one day you'll just wake up and you will no longer want to play. There will be a moment when you know. And I was sort of 3 weeks into that trip, and then I just woke up one morning and went, I think I'm done. I think this. But I'd already committed to being captain at East Grinstead for playing my last. I wanted to play one more year, just finish the year. Honour that commitment, and then we're done. Sadly, we went down.
Oh, well, there you go.
We got relegated, so it's the first time in the time I've the 20 nearly 19, maybe 18 years I've been at East Grinstead that we're now in Division 2. But it's like what Horsham were. Horsham, local club here for Yorkshire listeners. They went down.
Yeah.
A few years ago, and they just won it this year. So we're in a massively transition year. We've got guys that remember Will Adkin, who played here at Sussex.
Yes.
He wasn't as available. My brother, who was a senior player at the club, he wasn't as available. Guys had moved on. The life had taken over. So for me, the big draw from having come from county cricket and went back to club cricket, the main thing for me was not accolades, wickets. It was just playing with my mates. So that was gone. So for me, I was literally bowling my body into the ground. So yeah.
Someone who did play for Horsham, I noticed did very well though, was Will Beard. Did he skip at the side?
Yes, he did. Yeah. So Bira and I were both captains of our sides, and he had a great year. I mean, yeah. When you drop down from playing county cricket to playing club cricket, it's just that, I guess, your skill level. You've trained it for so long; it's at a certain level, and you can kind of tick over and do well. But Biro's a very committed. He's such a good player. He's such a good player here, and he's from Horsham. So I think when you're bedded into the club. So him being from Horsham, I was at East Grinstead since I was 18. You're invested into it. Sometimes county cricketers who flitter in and out of teams and stuff like that, maybe they haven't got the investment in there for their clubs. But we're local lads. Biro and I sort of cut from very similar cloth in terms of we're local, homegrown Sussex boys, so we want to play in the local comp.
I remember going back a while, going back to the late 1990s when Sussex tried to strengthen their links with the Sussex League, and every professional player at the county was assigned a Sussex League club to play for when they weren't playing for Sussex. So you had Michael Bevan playing, supposedly he never did, aligned with Sidley, who were playing in, would have been in Division 1 at the time. I don't know what division they're in now, but he was playing at Sidley. I don't think they are. I don't think the cricket ground exists anymore, because I think it got turned over into housing. But yeah, every player was assigned to, and it was arbitrary. It wasn't, where you played your club cricket before you came into the Sussex system. If you'd played for Eastbourne or Horsham or East Grinstead, it was sort of almost like a random draw.
That's great. I like that idea, though.
If the players play, but I mean, Bev was. He probably didn't even know where Sidley was, to be honest.
Paul, I don't know Paul Farbrace, but from what I've heard, he has come in the last few years, and he's actually made a point of guys playing club cricket. So you've probably seen more pros. The squad, there are a bunch of guys on the squad now that are at the lower end of that. They're part of their career, so them playing league cricket is kind of. It's here or there for them. They're going to need to get in.
They certainly had a couple of sessions, or more than a couple of sessions, actually going around to different clubs in the winter months, where Paul went round with a selection of players and a bit of a Q&A and what they're doing, which I think is good.
Yeah, I was asking sort of more about where the clubs sit with standards and things like that, I think.
What's the standard like now in the Sussex Premiers compared to when you started playing for East Grinstead after your professional career ended, Lewis?
I have to be honest, it's lower.
Yeah.
At the moment, I think cricket it's not. There's less depth within it. There's less bowlers.
Right.
That for sure. Bowlers are a dime a dozen. So, but I think that creates great opportunity. Don't get me wrong, by the way. That creates a great bar for people to jump over. I actually just think that, speaking to even people in county cricket and things like that, outside of the international squad, the England squad, the overall quality is a little bit lower.
Down, yeah.
And I wonder whether that is through dilution of styles of games that are being played. But I have a personal gripe with sort of where cricket actually is. I think we hear a lot of stats around there being high levels of participation, the game is growing. But if you go into club level, throughout the last 3 years, I've only heard of teams struggling to field sides, especially in the Premier League.
It's funny you should say that, because I know John Philby talked about this before. I mean, I think the Sussex League is the biggest amateur league in England with the most number of clubs. It's interesting you talk about East Grinstead, because I play a little bit of cricket up at Coleman's Hatch on the Ashdown Forest, and East Grinstead had so many players this year. They had 5 teams out. This was in June and July. 5 teams out, and still had 8 or 9 players who could come down and play at Coleman's Hatch to make the team up. Youngsters, girls and boys, but good young cricketers, some really good. Whether they become even regular first or second team players at East Grinstead, who knows? But they're certainly. I felt quite pleased about that. I thought, well, yeah, but
I would argue that, though, there is a big but with that. But that was a few weeks.
Yeah, certainly not all season.
I would say 80% of the season,
you struggled.
We couldn't get 4 teams out.
Right. Yeah.
So the start of the year was something that I've never experienced, and I'm sitting there thinking, this is Premier League cricket. You're almost having to bargain with some people to play. And where I think so, you talk about the league being the biggest league in the country, and John, and I think I've told John this, and I will happily say it, is that I don't see that as something to be proud of. I think it's a symptom. I think it's a symptom that he's treating, because you're just diluting the level of cricket. And what we're seeing is we have to accept that generations are changing. We have to accept that younger people have more to do. So when I played cricket as a 14-year-old making my way in Premier League cricket, in 2004, social media technology hadn't advanced at the speed at which it has now. So going out and playing cricket with your mates, that's what you did.
Yeah.
That's how you
and you socialised afterwards and what have you. Yeah.
Socialised. Whereas now there are so many options for people at a younger age that when you have to convince a young person to say you're going to be on a cricket field for every Saturday you're going to be at this cricket ground for 10 hours, and the ball may come to you, it may not. You may get a first baller, you may get 100. Depending on how hard you train, and you sort of sit there and go. You see these kids go, I'm not sure what this is for me. So where ECB are measuring the participation will potentially be people coming into the game, but I personally feel a great measure of the strength of cricket is how many people are playing 75% of fixtures every year, and how many people are committing to subs to a club that they're at. I think if you knew that and the amount of people that are actually attending and playing, that would give you a much better temperature in the water of what's going on with cricket.
It's interesting. I had some pals down. I come from Guildford, so the same thing in Surrey. I was talking to some pals who came down with me yesterday, and we were driving home. We were talking about some of the clubs or some of the villages. I was a village cricketer who no longer have village teams. Actually, it was quite scary. Actually, the amount of villages who we used to play who no longer have a side.
Yeah.
And they were saying a similar thing to you about standards. Actually, they said people come along, but they didn't quite think the standard was as it was. So it's an interesting
standard
debate.
thing's a tough one to know. I think one, there's an element of the speed at which. So I work with young people. I don't work in cricket in trying to coach them the game. My work is outside at much more sort of elite level. But it's when you see a young person coming in, a lot of the basics aren't there. And I think there's probably a want to be playing at the speed and the ability of someone like a Phil Salt at international level right now. And it's kind of like, if I'm not that good now, then there's the instant gratification question that has to kind of be asked, and how quickly do you want to see progress? And actually, cricket takes ages to get good at it. It's a game.
Talked about
Or
Phil
in our
Salt.
case, don't get good at it.
Talk about Phil
Or
Salt. 85 not out in 41 balls, 10 fours and 4 sixes. England 155 for 3 of 14 overs, needing another 42 to win in 6 overs. If you just joined us, welcome to live cricket here on the BBC. We're at Hove. Unfortunately, we're off for rain. We've been quite lucky to get a lot of cricket today, but the floodlights have been on throughout the day. Sussex have cleared their ears. I think they batted well today in difficult conditions. They're 231 for 8, leading Yorkshire by 37. I'm chatting away with former journalist with the Argus paper in Brighton, Bruce Talbot, who's been with us all day, and Lewis Hatchet, former left-arm seamer for Sussex, retired from county cricket and now retired from club cricket as well. We'll have an update to do to the radio in a minute, so I might interrupt when we're nattering away.
You won't play any more cricket at all then, Lewis? Not even
People ask me to go and even play the sort of like friendly games already, and I've just
won't get the competitive juices flowing, will it?
That you've nailed it, Bruce. Like that for me is the big draw, is the competitive spirit and the competitive nature of playing the game. And I'm not trying to get better at the game, so there's nothing that I want to develop in the game in terms of that. And I'm always someone that is trying to develop. And I thought, you know what, my work and what I'm doing, and there's kind of a page that needs turning.
Yeah.
Cricket is a commitment. Cricket, I've played 21 years in that league, and from being a junior to all the way to coming here and playing county cricket and then going back into it. And I could have sort of stepped away when I was 26, 27 when I finished playing here. But again, I'm committed. I was always committed to whether it was my friends, my club, and the county in general, and sort of feeling if I was in the league, I would be giving back to something that maybe I can help people along the way. And hopefully there's been young players that I've played with that whether I can inspire them to kind of do what I did or go further, then great. That's something that you've achieved as well.
Last time I saw you, Lewis, you were down here and you'd come. I think there'd been an ex-players' day or something, and there'd been last season. And I think is that something that's carrying on?
I missed it this year. Yeah,
right.
It happened. I was actually away working, so I couldn't actually attend this year. So it gets attendances from many decades, of which this county. I mean, I have to be honest, there's some guys that I turn up and I go, I'm so sorry.
Who are you?
I don't know
you don't know me and I don't know you, but let's get to know each other. So, yeah.
Just to say, the umpires are out in the middle. They're chatting away to Ben Gibson and stuff. I have to say the light is probably worse now than at any time during the day.
No covers on, so the rain can't be that.
No, it can't be that heavy.
Spits. They've got a little sheet on the actual wicket, but the covers haven't come on.
And there's a question actually, Bruce, and I need to ask Ben Gibson, because I noticed this last week as well. They seem to be going for the sheet on the wicket now, as
Rather
opposed to
than,
running the. Why is that?
Lewis might know the answer. Why?
My only guess would be with this. It's quite windy. At the moment. My only guess is that if they put that, they can nail that sheet down.
Yeah.
You can't nail the covers down, so the
they
covers
blow
will
away.
roll.
Yeah,
they'd have to be holding on to them whilst it's this windy, I reckon.
Yeah, that's probably no, you're probably right, because those things can. If you get the 50-mile-an-hour winds we had at the start of the week under those covers, they'll blow. Yeah. Could blow anywhere.
With your first class experience, and we've got some listeners up in Yorkshire today. What did you play against Yorkshire? What was your experience?
Sadly, I did play against Yorkshire. Okay. I think 4 times.
Right.
and I probably have accumulated over 500 overs in the field with them because we played against them in that glory period when they went back-to-back championships, where their bowling attack. Oh my God! We used to really attend a Yorkshire game thinking, if we get a draw, that is a win.
Yeah.
They were that strong. I mean, their bowling lineup of people like Sidebottom, Bresnan. Anjmal Shazad would have been on that. You got Rashid there, Plunkett, Patterson was there. He was getting wickets, and Jack Brooks, I think.
Jack Brooks, yeah. Matthew Hoggard would have played a few games, wouldn't he?
Honestly, it was. They had an international stock of bowlers that they could rotate, and then their batters. My God, you had Johnny Bairstow, your Gary Balance, Adam Lyth, Joe Root being
through.
Joe Root, and then you're thinking overseas was Kane Williamson, and you like, oh my God, this is. And then you've got seasoned professionals like Andrew Gale who would score runs, and players coming in and out that they just had such a good quality of team, and it was a very, very challenging team to play against. So yeah, played them here, played them Arundel, played them at Scarborough, played them at Headingley. Yeah, they were.
Did you
very,
ever
very
win?
Difficult.
Might have been a draw at Arundel. I think
No,
we drew with them
I
at
don't think
Arundel.
we did. Honestly, I remember the Arundel game being maybe a draw, and because we fielded for like 183 overs, and then maybe I think we batted. But I mean, I'm not one of those cricketers that really can pull the scorecards out of my brain.
Would have been very slow. It's very slow, low wicket at Arundel.
Yeah.
Chairman's wicket to last 4 days, so the corporate tents were always full.
Yeah. It was just my hamstrings hurting and feet hurting. That's all I remember. Just playing Yorkshire because we were in the field for ages. Tough team to play against. Very good squad. During
the sort of latter stages of your career, and I know we've discussed that before, but you may have a whole new audience today. You were sort of at the club during the beginning of Jofra Archer's career here. Lewis, is Jofra someone that you still see, and what are your sort of memories of Jofra coming through? Because he looks like he's got himself fit, and it looks like he's going to be playing in the Ashes, which is great news.
Well, the year I retired was through injury, and the day I got injured was the 7th of July 2016. I had a fracture going in my back on Horsham, but I was preparing to play Pakistan here.
Yes.
So I was getting overs in to prepare to play Pakistan. As soon as I went for that scan, couldn't play. The person who replaced me was Jofra.
Thank you. Sorry, I've just got to do it. You keep going, Lewis, for a minute.
So he came in, and obviously he skyrocketed through that. So Jofra, but we'd had Jofra here maybe 2 or 3 years prior to that as a kid, and I think the most incredible thing is I saw him recently, just before he went into this next batch of cricket he's played, and he's matured. Like, you just see him as a person who's matured, which is really impressive, because when I first met him, he was a young kid, fresh out Barbados, knew he had ability, you just knew he had skill, but he probably didn't have the structure, the disciplines that would get him there. But then when people like Chris Jordan and John Lewis got around, he sort of gravitated towards CJ a lot, and CJ is one of the most professional cricketers I've ever played with. And I think they sort of looked and went, mate, if you put this together, you work hard, you're gonna go through the roof. And then you saw him probably a year later, and he was maybe a few inches wider in terms of his shoulders, and suddenly you thought, oh my God, this guy is going to be world beating. And he is. He's as a cricketer, you watch him and you have to recognise he's a bit of an anomaly. You have to watch him and you go, I can't watch it, I can't copy him, I can't do anything. I can just accept that Jofra is Jofra, and you have to go, this is very, very exciting to have him on my team rather than have to play against him.
Well, totally. We'll just break off for a minute, because I've just got to do an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Surrey, Sussex and Kent, and we'll carry. If you've got a few more minutes, we'll just natter away for another few minutes or so. We're off for rain here at the moment. The umpires have gone back into their little room. Here we go. I'll just update people as to what's happening.
So no play was possible on day 3 of Leicestershire versus Kent, with the outfield too wet after all that rain overnight and this morning. slightly better luck at Hove, where Adrian Harms is watching the third day of Sussex's game against Yorkshire.
Well, it was slightly better luck, Adam, but now we're off as well. It's a combination of a bit of drizzle and bad light. The players left the field about 15 minutes ago, but it's been a decent day for Sussex. They're 231 for 8. It means they lead Yorkshire by 37 runs. Not for the first time this season. John Simpson, the skipper, leading the way. He made 66. They're also off for bad light at the Oval, where Surrey are 66 without loss. They need another 249 to win, and that's a win that will almost certainly secure a fourth county championship for Surrey in a row. I should also mention as well the semi-final of the Metrobank One Day Women's Cup, where Surrey women are playing Hampshire at the Utilita Bowl at Southampton. Surrey women made 287 in 48 overs. In reply, Hampshire women are going along nicely. They're 152 for 5 after 25 overs. There we are. I'll get rid of that in a minute. Yeah, so that's that. You said you were over in Melbourne for the tennis. Does that mean you're going over this winter for the Ashes, or?
Oh, do you know what? I'm desperate to go to the Adelaide Test match, but my work has sort of branched into a bit of tennis, so I am it's very hard to know. You almost go month by month at the moment, but I'd love to go over there for the Ashes. My girlfriend is Costa Rican, so I could be doing a Phileas Fogg round the world in 80 days if it gets to it. But I really, really want to go to the Ashes in Adelaide. I played 8 summers in Adelaide, so I've got a club out there, I've got friends out there. It's kind of a second home, but the Test match would not only be a great Test match, I just think this series, there's something about this series with the players that England have got, the fact that this is probably going to be one of the last series I think we'll see Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins, Lyon all playing together, and I think
probably be the last. I think
they'll be the last one. I reckon they'll
in the Ashes.
I would back that one of those players will call time on that last Test, I reckon, and that would be something special to watch, especially with the strength of our batting going over, the bowlers that we've got that are getting what seems to be incrementally fitter towards that series. Yeah, it's just going to be fun to see everyone be let loose. And the good thing is the Adelaide Test match is not day-night Test match anymore.
No,
so
I think isn't the Brisbane Test?
Brisbane
is day-night.
Because I think it was always a 3-day Test match when it was
Pink
under
ball.
lights at Adelaide. So Adelaide's a great venue, and while I'd like to go to the MCG, and it's a great venue, maybe it's Sydney. If I can get to Adelaide, great. If it has to be the MCG, but who knows? Maybe I'll get
Choices.
I don't know. I don't even know if it is a choice. I might be stuck in Hove.
Yeah.
But it's not a bad place to be.
Well, there are worse places to be.
Yeah, we love Hove.
Aren't there? The rain, I'm not sure it's raining that hard still, but the light is still not great, and no sign of play considering at the moment Sussex 231 for 8. John Simpson making 66. John Simpson's contribution here, Bruce, since he's been here, was this his second season?
Yeah. Well, I don't think they'd be playing in the first division without him. His runs last year and his contribution, his virtually flawless wicket keeping and his leadership, and they'd be struggling again to stay in the first division this year without his runs, especially in the first half. The first portion of the season, you got 110 against Somerset at home. Sussex won that game, didn't they? He got runs at Hampshire, got 100 there where Sussex won. He's been an absolutely crucial part of what they've done this season. And I think we were talking about this on air earlier. Batting at number 6, keeping wicket, captaining, that's a big responsibility. Lewis is talking about his captaincy for East Grinstead, but he probably bats at sort of 10 or 11.
Choice.
Having watched him bat, but yeah, that's completely different, obviously. But yeah, he's been fantastic, great professional. What a great signing he was, or he has been, and hopefully, he's physically he seems absolutely fine. I'm sure he's got 3 or 4 good years left in him, and hopefully they're here.
He's a really good pro as well. The one thing I know about John, he's a really good pro. He's got a really good head on him in how he sees the game, and the timing to get him into Sussex was perfect. He was a perfect fit to come in for the group where they're at, the development level of all of those players, because you have to remember the majority of that Sussex side, the guys that are really out in that field now have kind of fought their way through the last 4 to 5 years of learning from majority coming from school cricket.
Yeah,
None
academy
of them
cricket,
played club cricket, years in that. None of them spent hours and games and game after game in the second team. They were thrust straight into first class cricket. So a lot of them have had to learn the game out there, which was the rhetoric that you heard from Farbrace over and over again. But then when John came, he had years of being in first class cricket. So you've got someone who sets precedent. I remember I actually knew him. We both went to an academy when we were 18 in Adelaide. So I went on this incredible academy, which was the Darren Lehman Academy, and there were people like Adam Lyth was on it. Actually, Lythy and I, he roomed with me. He used to sleep on the floor in the place where I was staying. And we were at that academy, and I knew how hard he worked, how hard he trained. And then he obviously went off and had a good career at Middlesex. But when I saw him, he reminded me of something that he was trying to instill in the players, which was a self-accountability of your game. And he has that. But what he was trying to translate over to players, which you're probably starting to see the fruits of that coming over now, was if you're a player, you should have the mindset that if at any moment all of your coaches were to vanish off the planet tomorrow, you are totally okay. You could be self-sufficient. If you've got that mentality, that means that you will do everything you understand, even from little things like what should I be doing in the gym? How should I be warming up? How should I be recovering? How am I getting myself fit and ready and even in good nick with my training? What do I need to do? You're not reliant on a coach, and you're fully autonomous in everything you're doing, and you're able to run your own ship. And so I think when he's brought that mentality in, that probably started to eke out into a few players where they go, okay, I've got to
buy into it,
myself here. I don't have to rely on coaches to do that.
Interesting, because John's dad, Jack, is a regular contributor to the commentaries.
Really?
I'm not sure if he's over in Spain at the moment, Jack. Perhaps you could let us know. He got in touch to say they were in Hastings recently on a trip over, and they went past the old cricket ground. I'm not sure if you're back in Spain, Jack. You're probably glad you are, if you are, because the weather's pretty grim here as we head into autumn. So a big contribution from John Simpson. Also, just a quick chat about Ollie Robinson, someone else who you would know well, Lewis, because we've watched Lewis, and it's unquestionable that Ollie has a number of niggles this year with knee and ankle and various things. How difficult is it as a bowler when you've got these niggles and you've got them, and you would know about injuries to keep going, and perhaps you're not quite 100%, but you're giving 100%, but you're not completely fit. I mean, do bowlers spend most of the winter, most of the summer, Ollie, not actually 100% fit?
You're never ever 100% fit. I used to actually think if I'm running in and I feel great, that was a warning sign, because you usually were about to do something really bad. Whereas if I could run in and like my knee was sore, or if my hips didn't feel right, or my shoulder was a bit dodgy, or if my ankles every time I slam them down, or if your toenails aren't falling off, or something like what's going on, if something isn't hurting you, you're either kind of holding back a little bit, because just the art of bowling is painful. It is a tough thing to do on the body. And I think where Ollie's in his career, obviously, I look at someone like Chris Jordan. Again, go back to someone like Chris, who's an incredible professional. Chris is meticulous in how he prepares, how he recovers, how he does things. And you look at him now, bowling in, say, the 100, he is as quick as he's always been. Looks as fit as anything running around the field.
Yeah.
So there is an element of, I think as you get towards your 30s and into that, just how well you look after yourself is really big. People like Jimmy Anderson, very meticulous on looking after themselves, just live and breathe it. So, but it is undoubtedly a part and parcel element of the job that you are going to be having niggles, and you're going to be having soreness and having to manage those along the way. And sometimes you just can't, it might be out of your control, you never know. But as long as you do as much as you can to be as fit as you can out on the field, then that's what you can do, really.
Yeah. I thought yesterday out here, Bruce, he bowled really well. I think it helped having Jade Evanukka at the other end, actually.
He was unlucky yesterday. Picked up one wicket, could easily have had 3 or 4. He must have beaten the bat how many times in the morning session? 12 times. Really bowled. Skillful performance yesterday. You feel, I mean, we talked about this earlier on air, 28 wickets I think he's got in this. I don't think that does him justice. And also he played in all the T20s as well, didn't he, when he probably wasn't 100% fit. Yes. And he was probably asked a couple of times, look, we need your experience, so get yourself on the park. I think if he has a good winter, a good gets fit, well, not fit, but gets himself right in his body, the niggles, and maybe he might need some surgery. I don't know, some minor surgery. Next year you've got him a bowler in the first division, we've seen it before, capable of taking 50, 60 wickets quite easily, and that makes a massive difference, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And as for yourself, Lewis, we're going into winter. You don't know if you're going to be in Melbourne or Costa Rica or wherever your travels are going to take you.
Spain.
Right, okay.
So my girlfriend lives in Barcelona.
Right,
so
okay.
I'm trying to.
There are worse places to go.
There are definitely worse places. So
not much cricket though.
Not much cricket. There is. I did go and train with the Barcelona International Cricket Club though.
Right.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they play down at Montjuic, which is right down from it's in the Olympic Park. And it was right down from the stadium where Barcelona are currently playing because they're not in the Nou Camp. And I spent 2 months out in Barcelona from March to April because I'd committed to myself saying, I'm ending cricket. I kind of wanted to get away. I had this sort of, my work, I can be remote. And so I thought, you know what, just, let's go try it. I want to learn Spanish and get out there. And I spent 2 months there and bumped into the Barcelona International Cricket Club, and it's brilliant. Talk about passion for the game.
Yeah.
It was incredible. So, yeah, I think if I can, visa depending, if I can get out there and see if I might work and live out there for a bit, because yeah.
Nice. In fact, Jack Simpson is listening over in Spain. He's just been back in touch. He says, I'm back in Spain, 1 hour in front, and it's gloriously sunny. Ah, Jack, I bet you wish you were back in Lancashire or wherever. But it's pretty miserable in Hovedale. In fact, it has got a little brighter, actually.
It looks brighter.
Georgie's looking. Jonathan is the Yorkshire commentator. I'm not too sure Yorkshire will fancy batting in this if they do get on again against a Nuka.
They want to get those two wickets, though, won't they?
Yeah.
Do you think it's an interestingly balanced game, and you'd want to? How many overs might they have if they could get on? Maybe 20 or.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many were left.
At
Yeah, we've lost quite a few. In fact, I just ought to run through the other scores, and we'll go and get ourselves a cup of tea. But Worcestershire 479 for 7 at Durham, so that game looks like it's very much heading for a draw. Georgie, you're shaking your head. Why are you shaking your head?
I thought I was the tea boy, Harmsley, for you today.
Yeah, he did make me a cup. He did make us a cup.
It's probably your turn, Harmsley, actually.
It probably is my turn. I've got half a cup of yours left, Georgie. Tells you all you need to know, really. 479 for 7. So we think Durham can only take a maximum 9 points from that game if that game finishes in a draw. Hampshire 35 for 1, following on against Somerset, trailing by 247. We were saying in commentary, someone else who you would know well, Lewis, Ben Brown was here last week. It's just a pleasure to see Ben, and it was lovely when he came out to bat. He got a terrific ovation. He said in his interview with the BBC with Kevin James, he felt really quite nervous, but he loved coming back. And it would be a huge shame for Hampshire if they were to go down, with Ben taking over at the helm, because that'd be no reflection of Ben whatsoever. But it would be a shame.
It's pretty close, isn't it, between them and
yes,
Durham?
Yes, it is. It looks like if it pans out that a lot of these games end in draws and Hampshire get beat at Taunton this week, then it looks like it's between Durham and Hampshire. And Hampshire have got to play Surrey next week.
It's county cricket. It almost doesn't make sense at the moment. Because, I think Leicester have done an incredible job.
Yes.
What Leicester have done in Div 2 is there's clearly something that they've been doing right for the last. That isn't, whatever they've done this year is not something they've done this year. That's something that they've been doing for clearly a couple of years. And then you've got teams like Lancashire. People will be playing in Old Trafford and the crowd's there, and they're going to be in Div 2 again next year.
Middlesex as well, Div 2 again next year.
Yeah, so it's not. It doesn't. There's no guarantees who should be in Div 1, which I don't know where you guys sit on it. I can't tell whether that's a reflection of the standard or whether that's just how close the teams now are. Whether the one-day competitions are taking away some of the players that make differences. I know, for example, Lancashire lose a lot of players from. Well, you look at their T20 team that played on Saturday for the final. Yeah. I actually rung Luke Wells and I were on the phone to each other the night before, and I said to him, "What's your team looking like?" He says, "It's nothing like what we had in the quarterfinals. We had Salty, we had Josh Butler, we had Luke Wood, we had everyone. They're all gone.
Liam Livingston.
You get gutted, and I think Surrey have that problem, obviously.
Yes, they do. I mean, next year with the schedule, the T20s could be played in a block. So hopefully, this ludicrous situation with international players not being able to play in the finals will go. But it isn't. It's great that. It's great that Luke gets in the T20 side at Lancashire. Actually, because remember here he struggled for years to get in.
It wasn't regarded as a one-day cricketer
which
at
is
all.
madness.
Luke, which is a shame. Yeah.
So you can take that as an example, right? And I'm his best mate, so I'm maybe a bit biased, but we knew when we were training here, we'd do range hitting.
Yes, I watched him once here, hitting it over the sight screen.
So you would do range hitting. I remember when we had Dwayne Smith here, Luke Wright, and then the squad. And the only person I could see hitting a six further than him was Dwayne Smith. He hit the biggest sixes out of everyone. Luke Wright probably hit them more consistently. He was just incredible hand speed. But Wellesley, when he connected, it went miles. I remember Dwayne, we were over on the sort of far side, left side, and Dwayne hit one into the middle. It landed in the middle of the indoor school, and then Wellesley hit it into the nets, and you're sitting there going, these are huge hits. And I actually would say the makeup of the squad at the time was really tough for a player who was going in trying to make his name, because that team that we had in the 2020 and the one-day squad was coming off the back of a decade of real success in one-day cricket, and he probably didn't get the run of games that you would get now. So it was I remember I used to room with him, and if he was going into a game, you felt like, I need to get a score today.
Yeah, under pressure.
But if he was either opening the bat in, then he might go number 5. But if he opened, the ball still swings around, so you're still within a chance of nicking it. And I just think if he'd had maybe 10 games, things might have been differently. And then he had such success in the red ball game that instantly pigeonholed red ball cricketer. But
that's it. He was pigeonholed, I think, Luke. And then at that time, the start of this decade, Sussex put a lot of onus on one-day cricket, as you remember, probably to the detriment of red ball cricket for 3 or 4 years. And we had a good one-day squad. We built, and a lot of the recruitment was done about around the one-day team. But players like Ravi Papara, for instance, who came in. But like I say, to the detriment of players like Luke, who can also bowl as well. Who can bowl decent, left arm spin in T20.
I remember watching Luke here come the umpires again to another look. It was a game here against Durham in the Championship. I think Luke made 250 odd.
He loves playing against Durham.
And after he got his double 100, I think his next 50 came in something like about 20 balls, and he was hitting the ball straight over the sight screen into the Cromwell Road end, and I hadn't seen him do that before. And clearly felt and actually when he went to Lancashire, that's afforded him that opportunity. So it's been a good move for.
He also was really fortunate. Well, not fortunate. He earned it. He got a wild card in the 100, whether it was last year or the year before. Yeah. He got a really good go, and I think the Welsh Fire Squad, just because he fell into Mike Hussey being the coach. Mike Hussey cannot be underrated as how good a coach he actually is. I got to see some of the text message exchanges that he would give someone like Luke, and you think that's just pumping his tyres up. That's just making him ready. Are they taking the?
No, I'm not sure whether that's covers coming off, or whether sometimes when the umpires sort of march,
they're coming off
towards the pavilion. You think,
and they're going back to tell the players we're starting again. I say 5 o'clock.
We'll wait for Graham Irwin's dulcet tones to tell us a sign that the autumn is coming. The fireworks night 2025 is being advertised on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they're taking the covers off. Yeah, they're going to roll them up.
So the covers are coming off. So we're going to get some more cricket. We'll wait. We'll bring Doidgy back in a tick. You can come in now if you like, Doidgy. Do you want to come in, Doidgy? Have a chat. We better get. Thank you, Bruce. We ought to get some. We ought to have some Yorkshire chat, really, because we've been very Sussexy for the last half hour. So I hope the Yorkshire folk don't mind. But people are listening. We've got John Simpson's dad listening over in Spain on his balcony, probably had a glass or something. I expect the umpires are making their way towards the pavilion. You've been
unbelievably biased in that last half hour. I mean, did Yorkshire even get a mention?
Well, they did actually, because I asked Lewis about his recollections of playing against Yorkshire, and he said he enjoyed it. Apart from the commentator was dreadful.
And they steamrolled Yorkshire by 10 wickets inside a day and a half.
Complete opposite.
Lewis has only got hammered every time.
He had cold sweats thinking about bowling against Yorkshire. Although, do you remember a game at Scarborough where there was a big upheaval about Kane Williamson getting caught?
No, and in fact, that must have been before my time, because when I went to Scarborough last year, it was the first time I'd been there.
So John Philby still talks about this. He comes up to me, he reminds me about this game, and Steve McGoffin reminds me about this game because he was bowling at the other end. So we were at Scarborough, and it was the first time I'd ever bowled against Kane Williamson. So I was nervous, but I had a plan, and I knew that Kane Williamson could play left arm swing bowling well. But I also knew that if he hadn't seen my other ball that goes across him, so I thought, do you know what? I'm going to bowl the first ball to him, swing it in, make him think that I'm a dumb bowler that's going to keep doing that, and then I think my chances are in the first 10 balls that we get bowled at him are going to be that early. So I was like, right, I'm going to run one across him. So we had our tails up because we'd obviously got a wicket. He comes in, first ball, swing one at him, and he played it beautifully. Next ball, perfectly done. He nicks it to second slip, but it was down the hill at Scarborough, and it carried to James Treadwell, who was on loan for us for a few games. Unbelievable set of hands, caught it about an inch off the ground, but where it dips down a little bit at Scarborough, I don't know whether I got in the way or whatever. Kane looks back, have you caught it yet? He starts walking off. Andrew Gale comes on the pitch and says, that didn't carry, can't do that, that's not carried. And he's like, Kane, turn around. Kane, being the most honest person I've ever met in cricket, said, like, did it carry? He looked around and stopped. And then suddenly the two umpires come together and go, oh no. Eventually, after 5 minutes of conversation, Graham Lloyd goes up to Ed Joyce, who's our captain, and says, reverse decision, not out. Kane Williamson got 183 not out. So it was, I know, and we it was one of very few games where you play 4-day cricket and you say that there are moments in 4-day cricket that cost you games, because you don't win a 4-day game by chance. You can win a one-day game, you can win a 2020 game by luck. The shorter the game becomes, the more lucky it becomes. But you can't win a 4-day game. But that game, we said that was a pivotal moment in the game that completely changed the game, that shouldn't have existed, shouldn't have been about. And that was then the last and only time I played at Scarborough, thank God.
Right.
Although there's still a white circle in there where John Dodsley at Scarborough groundsman is circled. There's a patch that the ball bounced here. It says versus Sussex. Isn't it?
Yeah, and as it say, Lewis Hatchet reckons it carried.
Thank you, Lewis.
The good news is we're going to get some play. We're going to start. Bruce was nearly spot on at 5:05. We're going to start with 20.3 overs left to play. I can't believe we're going to get anything like another 20 overs in. But the tractor is going around the outfield with the rope to clear off any excess water. It is still very gloomy out there. Just a reminder: Sussex 231 for 8. Leading by 37. Doidgy?
Can I just give a quick plug while we're not playing, when we've got a little bit more time, to the BBC Radio Leeds cricket show tomorrow night, which is beautifully produced and presented by my colleague Jamie Rayner, who I know you've met. And I've just been out the back of the comm box, as you know, to do an interview with Gavin Hamilton, Yorkshire's general manager, I think the title is these days, who's been down here all week. Well worth a listen. About a quarter of an hour of Gavin Hamilton. I gave him a proper Harms style grilling on everything to do with signing domestic, overseas players, about the women winning the League Two final last week, and in fact asked him to mark himself in his own job as well this year. So it's all in there in tomorrow night's cricket show on BBC Radio Leeds. You'll find that on BBC Sounds if you go to Radio Leeds on there, and it's pretty obvious because there's several cricket shows on BBC Sounds, of course, because our colleagues around the country do their own as well. But it's pretty obvious which one is Yorkshire's, I think. It just says 33 championship titles.
Does it? Okay.
Does anybody else have any?
Well, that's good. Thanks. Did you ask him at all about the restructure? Was that something that came up in your interview?
No, I didn't. That's a general. I wanted to specify really what was going on.
That's fine.
With Yorkshire.
We're desperate to find out.
Yeah.
Lewis. We've been talking all week about this restructure and the plan, and when we're sitting here today, and we have no idea whether there's relegation from the First Division. This is
from this year.
Yeah, well, this year, because the talk is of a restructure to take place next year. The counties are all voting, and nobody knows. We're hoping for some sort of a decision.
So the current situation is, if you come bottom, you actually don't know if you'll go down.
Well, the current situation is that there's a proposal, we understand, for a 13-team. For the First Division to be 2 groups of 6, and the Second Division just 6 teams. It's quite complicated, bear with me. And the reduction will be from 14 championship games to 13 championship games. And there'll be 2 blocks of 6 in the First Division. You'll all play each other twice, which will be 10 games. Then the top 3 will play each other for the county championship. The bottom 3 will play for relegation.
Wow.
That is a proposal. And Sussex have nailed their colours to that mast. Sussex want that. A lot of Surrey are dead against, as are Yorkshire.
Mm-hmm.
So if the proposal is carried and they get a 12-6 majority, that will come in for next season, which would almost certainly mean you'd have a 12-team First Division and no relegation this year. If it's not carried, there will be relegation, and it will remain the status quo.
What are the arguments for that happening?
One of the arguments is that the players feel they're playing too much cricket. There's too much travelling.
So it reduces the one game.
Yes, so it reduces it by
one game.
But yes, and also it's going to reduce it by one game. They've reduced the T20 next season by 2 games, but they've added on 2 games to the One Day Cup. So over the net effect
is 1 game.
Is 4 days.
4 days of cricket.
Yeah. So I'm not sure that's going to be desperately appealing to the PCA.
It's definitely, yeah. I think the players would probably have, the PCA will be dealing with whatever the players feel that process is. But
let me just ask you about rest days, because for example, during a season when we've got whatever it will be 70 odd scheduled days of cricket across the various competitions, so the argument is that there's too much cricket being played. There are quite a few of those days dotted around during the season where you end up as a player sitting on your backside and not playing, and which it still constitutes rest. Is that not the same because you're not mentally resting because you've still got to be switched on in the game? I mean, how did you find that?
I don't know. It's interesting to know. So obviously, biasly talking from a bowler's point of view, your probably first instinct is to think about physical rest. You can't deny that. Yeah, you get up the next day after having been in the field and bowling that next ball. That is a painful experience. It's just not nice. It is what it is. But I agree. There are days where you can put your feet up. Now, that depends on the strength of your batting. England, I think, I don't know if you saw the Stick to Cricket interview with Mark Wood recently. I found that was quite interesting because they were actually talking around why do you think the Australian bowling squad of Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins seem more robust. And Mark Wood actually not fired back, but his refusal to that was that he said, well, the way in which they play the game means that they actually get that rest, whereas in the Bazball era they're going at 4.5s, so the bowlers don't get the rest. And if you're playing that style of cricket, sometimes you get the runs or you actually get bowled out quicker, so therefore you're out in the field quicker. So it depends on the style of cricket your team plays. But 1 day of cricket, given in the scheme of this season, is the longest I've ever seen cricket been going on. It just seems like the county cricket season has been going on forever. So it is whether it is physical rest that they're talking about, whether it's what players out there will be calling the treadmill of county cricket, where it just feels like it's never ending. Every day is blending into one. They'll also have an eye on what happens in a place like Australia, because those guys play little and train a lot. Therefore, they get rest periods. So the games they do play in, say, Sheffield Shield, they're intense because they're big hits. But again, there's an argument because the actual concentration of players in Australia is better because there's only 66 playing at any one time.
Yeah, I just wanted, really I'm sort of saying it's semantics, I guess, but there's a rest day or there's a day when you rest. So the day when you rest might be day 3 of a championship game where you're playing 4 days and it just rains all day. And you're not physically going through anything, but you've still got to keep yourself in the zone because you're going to play day 4. Whereas a rest day, I know I'm not going to be doing any cricket today. I can go out with the family, whatever it is. That's a complete rest and get away from it. Is it different?
Well, it's like now really. If say Sean Hunt and Ollie are to bat out the rest of the day or last, let's say, another 10 overs, it's not a full day on their legs, right? But it's not a rest day, that's for sure. Because it's all the little things like having to warm your body up, having to get ready, and that's a mental toll for sure. So you will probably find that guys, and it sounds crazy to say, but guys out there can sometimes start resenting the game. And you don't want players out there resenting the game, resenting the fact they're having to bowl, strap the boots on. Now, people can take that however they want, because a lot of people will say, well, you're paid to play, but you're doing the best job in the world in terms of, and that's true. But physical pain is physical pain, and that mental strain is what it is.
They are back out, so just very briefly, if I can just ask another one, because this comes up time and again during the season. You'll get it as well, Harmsy. The physical side of the game. So as a bowler, cricket fitness, that thing of just bowling, to get your the cricket muscles that we heard about FS Truman back in the day and all that, or the modern way of strength and conditioning?
You've got to blend both. I actually did an interview a few years ago with Joffre on my podcast, and I asked him that, and it really is a bit of a blend of both. Joffre's probably not the right person to ask given the injury record he then had, but you can't discount it. But it's the Truman argument is that this is played at a much higher intensity in terms of everything that they're doing: fielding, batting, bowling.
Don Bess is going to get us underway. The players are back out, which is good news. How long for? We'll have to wait and see. If he comes into bowler, then he stops and walks back to his mark. Johnny Bairstow has decided he wants to rearrange the field, having got everybody out there. There's just what I'll have to do is I'll have to disconnect Lewis's mic in a minute and put the effects mic on. So just bear with us as in comes Bess over the wicket bowls, and Sean Hunt turns it to short leg, and that was an opportunity to short leg. It would have been a half chance.
Do you want to spend more time with Lewis while we've got him, and I can sit it out and I can give him my headset if you like.
Yeah, if you like. Yeah, should we do that and get the effects microphone back on as Bess is back to his mark and is in bowls, and Hunt is forward, played into the offside, and there is no run. That's kind of you, Doidgy. Thank you. So we got. It's always nice to hear the noise of the cricket, which we didn't have when we had Lewis's mic in earlier on, but that's fine. And it's going to be Bess coming in from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls, and Hunt is forward and squirts the ball down to third man and picks up a single to Sean Hunt. He goes to 4 crumbs. The scoreboard is quick today. The light is appalling. I've got to say, it's 2:32 for 8. I'm really quite surprised that we're playing again. The floodlights are on. It's a pretty miserable scene. But are you surprised we're playing, Lewis?
Well, yeah. Do they're putting the light meter on again, or is that just him? Yeah, he is. So they will make a gauge of where the light's at now.
We're going off again.
Yeah, because they got. I think the artificial light looked too much. You look at the shadows on the players there, and it looks too shadowy.
Yeah. So we're on for 3 balls, and
that's wild.
We're going off now. The umpires have signalled towards the score. I'm not sure if that was. So that's it for the day. I don't know. I mean, it's 5:05. But actually, when they came out, I thought I'm really surprised they're coming out here. So there we are. It's all sadly the season is sort of drifting to a slightly miserable end here. Let's hope we get some. I will be surprised if we get back out today. Let's just have a look at elsewhere, because they have been playing all day down in Tottenham. First of all, let's talk about the One Day International. England winning by 4 wickets. Phil Salt finishing 8. Sorry, he made 89. He's in a great run of form at the minute. Is Phil Salt, formerly of this parish, as we were saying. So elsewhere, up at Durham, Worcestershire 504 for 8. So Durham are not going to win that game, and that will mean they are going to be in real relegation trouble. They'll probably take 9 points from the match. It's now raining in Taunton. Hampshire 35 for 1, trailing Somerset by 247. So they've got a battle on their hands tomorrow if they're going to save that game. Still bad light at the Oval. Surrey 66 without loss, leading on the 249 effectively to win the county championship. They didn't play all day at Edgbaston in the game between Warwickshire and Essex. The players go off. Just to sort of wrap things up really, and then we'll go and grab a cup of tea before the umpires finally make up their mind. I mean, there's always lots of talk, Lewis, about when cricket should be played, when it shouldn't be played. What's your experience of cricket in September? I mean, last September was a terrific month. I mean, it's just
hard to say in the UK, isn't it? You're going to get days where it's like today. There's no doubt once you tick over the 1st of September that you're probably really going into each game 50-50 and losing a day here and there. But what can you do? Like the scheduling is how it is, and yeah, there's if they go and reduce one game next year, then it might make the standard better. It might reduce that time frame in which we're playing. Maybe bring it earlier. I don't know what the actual fixtures look like. I'm really not in the loop for anything like that. But I tell you what, it's playing early season in April if it's cold and breezy, and then playing end of season when it's cold and breezy, especially if you've got a game where there's nothing on it. That is,
yeah, it's not great. The umpires are in deep conversation out there with Ben Gibson. I mean, just looking to the west where the weather's coming from, it's been like this all day, and suddenly at this time of year you're not going to see the light improving any unless the sun starts to come out. So I think what we're going to do, we'll turn. First of all, thank you to Lewis. Great to see you. Thank you for coming up and having a natter to us. We'll leave the effects microphone bubbling away, so at least you can hear the wind buffeting outside. I just get the feeling that could be it. We've come all the way back out again for 3 balls, play suspended, and as I say, we'll keep you up to date. But for now, from Jonathan, from Bruce, myself, Adrian Harms, and from Lewis Hatchet, thank you for listening. And as I say, if there is any further play, you'll hear us here on the BBC.
We've just had a passes for a further inspection between 10 to 15 minutes. The conditions have been a lot worse, but it's a couple of meetings we'll expect it from 10 to 15 minutes. Thanks again for your questions.
Yes, hello Ben. Well, no cricket here at the minute, and I suspect we're not going to get back on tonight. The floodlights are on indeed. They've been on all day here, but the players currently off the field because of bad light. Sussex 232 for 8 in their first innings. That's a lead of 38 over Yorkshire. Indebted yet again to John Simpson, the skipper. He made 66. Meanwhile, up at the Oval, they've been on and off for bad light as well throughout the day. They've now finished for the day. Surrey are 66 without loss in their second innings. They need another 249 to win, and if they get there, that will almost certainly secure a 4th county championship title in a row.